Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. We are at event number 3 of the season, coming to you from the Morningside Arena in Leicester. Hope everybody is well. Matthew, you've jumped the gun a bit there, haven't you? Haven't you? Yeah. It's not Phil, it's me. I'm here with you all until Phil is finished on the MODUS Super Series this afternoon. How is everybody? Afternoon, Kieran. How are we doing, pal? Afternoon, Daz. Yeah, I'll let you off, Matthew. It's fine, pal. How is everybody? Good weekend, all? I can't lie. I have been in the door 10 minutes. Enough time to take all of my equipment out of the 3 bags I had to carry through the door in order to set up ready for this stream. I've driven back from Circus Tavern this morning and timed it just about right. So I hope you're all well. Settle in for an afternoon of Pro Tour action before we do have the live lounge later tonight. Got a few games warming up. Those are Peter Wright, Gary Anderson, Gerwin Price, Rob Cross, Willie O'Connor is showing us live, but is it actually? Anybody know? I'm just trying to get a few of the streams up. I won't be able to get them all up, but yeah, no Cullen today. I did see that while I was driving. Didn't realise he was coming off of socials though, because I can't lie. When they say his management have got access, that means it's me. Nothing like a bit of warning, but yeah, I hope all is good with Joe. Nope, not Wigan. This is in Leicester. No Humphreys either, correct. I know they're the 2 that have withdrawn so far. I'm just going to get some streaming boards up. Once I get everything that's on, don't minimize stuff rather than delete stuff that I might need later on when I start doing my other job again. Emails, close WhatsApp for now. What's that one? No, that is everything I need. We'll drop that one a second. Get rid of that one. Donate again. Did everybody tune in over the weekend to the World Seniors? Do you know what? I'm not too far from Leicester, and it is pretty warm outside. I've just driven through Leicestershire at one point, actually. It's about 14, 15 degrees, so it shouldn't be too cold. The Morningside is just tagged onto the side of an event window, isn't it? But we do know the streaming boards. Funnily enough, they're the ones that were showing us warming up. Rob Cross, Willie O'Connor will be on streaming board 1. Jeffrey Desvan, James Hurrell, Raymond van Barneveld against Jitse van der Waal, and Stephen Burton against Vincent van der Voort on 1. On board 2, Peter Wright versus Owen Roloffs, Ricky Evans against Danny Lauby. That will be rapid. It's about time. Stephen Bunting will take on Jermaine Watermainer, and then Timo Tricol against Hal Paipua. That last one there, slowing it down just a little bit after those 2 rapid games in the middle. Stream number 3 is Gerwin Price against Steve Beaton. Steve Lennon will take on Adam Warner. Dimitri van den Berg against Lucas Veinig, and Robbie Knops against Ian White. And then stream 4, Gary Anderson against Jeffrey de Graaf, Willie Borland against Callum Goffin, Jose de Souza against Kim Hybrex, and Daniel Closer against Jim Williams. So we're mixing it up just a little bit. I do love the Pro Tour. I mean, I'd love the Pro Tour if I had a bit more of a day in between to just get my life straight. But yeah, Phil will be on a little bit later, Matt. He is currently directing or producing in Portsmouth, one of the two. So we'll see him shortly. Hi, Jay. How we doing? We will need to find a featured game, one that is preferably not on stream to start with. It's one thing I've not missed about being away. My neighbours. Lisa Ashton played very, very well, yeah. Yeah, that was Phil on comms yesterday. Did a quarterfinal and a semi-final, I believe. How was Scotland, Matt? I'll be honest, that's one thing I haven't seen any of the results of. Jeffrey de Graaf, not Dutch. He was born in the Netherlands, but he currently has Swedish citizenship. So he's representing the Swedish flag. That's how he qualified for the PDC World Championship. He went through the Nordic and Baltic tour. Afternoon, Glenn. How are we doing? Terrible on all aspects. Well, that's because you travel with Thornton. No, I'm joking. Afternoon, Felix. Hope you're well. I'll be honest, I haven't really looked at the draw, so I'm going in a bit blind. But the boys did ask this question in our group chat when I was driving, and I immediately plucked for Dave Chisnell. So yeah, we're going for a Chizzy win today, out of nowhere, because he was the first name I could think of in 128 players on the Pro Tour. But that is what it is. Everybody else, let me know your predictions in the chat room. Make sure you subscribe so you can get involved. What was that? Right. I'm still just getting all the streams ready. If Gary plays at last, he's going to be tough to stop him. Agreed. Same with Littler. Mr. P or the next. Darryl got the call up, has he? Bunting. I'd love a Bunting win. I'm on the Bunting hype train. Because he was playing bloody well, by the way, not because I'm just a fanboy. But he is a lovely bloke. Littler, you can't have 3 picks, King Rage. You got to pick 1. We don't do 3 here. That's like sitting on a fence. Do I think a German will win a Players' Championship this year? Depends on Petretsko, I think. Schindler, I'm concerned that he's just like he's been away, come back again. Do I think he'll kick on? Possibly not. If I do, it'll be Petretsko. This one to board 3. And this one to board 4. Okay, now that should be fine for when they get underway. Dobie today says, Adam, Bruce is going for Heta. Are you Australian, Bruce? Clement's good if he's playing at peak. Yeah, but I don't remember last time Clemens played at peak is my issue. I'm very good, Jordan. How are you, buddy? Be nice to see the Master play well. Cameron says Ratajski for the win. That would be not a throwback, but be decent from him. I do like the concept of the theme week. I'll be honest, I've been driving all morning, so I haven't actually seen any of it. I've literally just checked some of the scores and seen there were 2 games away because, I'll be honest, I was checking how long I was going to be on my own until Phil potentially arrives. So, yeah, I like the concept of it. I understand why we're doing it. It's to better align the week so that we don't have Champions Weeks clashing with anything that's major like that. Hangover, behave. I've not touched a drop all weekend, Toby. Streaming is underway, as are some of the games. I'm going to go Van Gogh and Bartons as your feature because that's not streamed, and Bartons is 1 world champion and Van Gogh is pretty good. So that's the feature. If you don't like it, wait for the next one. Yeah, we do have those 4 streaming boards. Rob Cross, Peter Wright, Goen Price, and Gary Anderson, the 4 players that stick out on those. Aidan Kirk is the first player to pick up a leg today, though. He takes out a 15 darter against Josh Rock. I'd love to see Mervyn King back in form, but he's got a lot of work to do to keep his tour card. Jason's going for Matt Campbell. Where in Canada are you from, sir? Matt is going for Suits. Michael said, let's go Jules JVD. Opening legs with the graph in 15 beaten. 17? And going 15 on the stream. New Brunswick. There we go. Canada. Leighton Bennett's taking the opener against... Oh, why have I picked Dave Chisnell? He's 1-0 down already. Solid start. Sorry, Dave. Cross, 12 darter to open against Willie O'Connor. Michael Smith is underway against Martin Bracht. Rob Cross with a 12 darter on the stream as well. Could have been 11, but that was a wild dart. Double 16 to start. Same town as Jeff Smith. Good to know. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Has he gone for it? No, boo. Goen Price left 50 after 9 darts. He takes out an 11 for 1 apiece against the Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton. He was down at the Circus Tavern this weekend, announced that at the end of the season, when he does retire, he will be moving over to the World Seniors Darts Tour. Rasmus taking the opening leg against Johnny Clayton, who is really struggling to just get anything going of late. Josh Rock has equalised with Aidan Kirk. What's Wright using today? Excellent question. He's on stream. They are the elements. They are the elements. Why is Cross playing twice? Just one of those gremlins in the back of Dart Connect, I guess. Anderson does take out 161 for 1 apiece with Jeffrey de Graaf. So these are the first round fixtures. I don't want to miss too much, but if you go to brackets, you can see the full draw. So Chisnell, Bennett, Klassen, Pascal Ruprecht, Gabriel Clemens, Lee Evans, Darren Monk, Connor Scott on board 1. Board 2, Peter Wright and Rolos, Ricky Evans, Danny Lowry, Bunting, Watameda, and Tricol Puha. Clayton Rasmer, Van Tripp, Sulovic, Wade, Brett Claydon, and Scott Williams, Jeffrey Sparadans, Anderson, Borland, De Souza, Closer, Van Dyvenbode versus Pilgrim, Oscar Lakaziak getting a call up. No, it's not card. Against Belmont, Chris Dobie against Wessel Nyman, Rob Owen against Dylan Slevin. We got Ratajski against Menzies, Luke Lisser against Keen Barry. What a game that could be. Van Veen against Sagansky. We could have a rematch of the World Youth Final on the board final. Dukes against Hempel. It's a pretty young age board, that one. Josh Rock against Aidan Kirk, George Killington, Adam Hunt, Mike DeDecker, Rob Grundy, and Callum Reds against the Rafferty. Ross Smith is up against Nick Kenny right now. Carol Sedlacek, Graham Hall, Gurney, Reese Griffin, Josh Payne, Jamie Hughes, Price Beaton, Steve Lennon, Adam Warner, Mitchell Vandenberg, Lucas Reinig, and Robbie Knox, Ian White, and then Ricardo Petrescu, Mike Kyvenhoven, Alan Suter, Richie Edhouse, Martin Schindler, Mickey Mansell, Gert Nentes, Ryan Meikle, Van Gogh against Bartons. The winner of that will play Veenstra or Paul Kroner. Brendan Dolan against Van Peer, Matt Campbell, Martin Lukeman. Michael Smith is up against Martin Drac. The winner will play Gaulas or Lamman. That's a clash of stars right there. Joyce against Tennant, who has recently signed and in fact announced this morning he's got a new manufacturer deal. And Darren Beveridge against Mervyn King. Damon Hector against JVD. Danny Janssen, who returned to some form on the Challenge Tour against Josh Richardson. Luke Woodhouse against Adam Smith. Neil Murray, Van der Bohada against Jack Labra. We've got Searle, who's on the same board as Owen Bates. Andrew Gilden and Keegan Brown and Simon Whitlock. Rob Cross, Willie O'Connor. We've already seen that board in action. Danny Noppert against Ronnie Hybrex. Jurgen van der Velde against Boris Kirchmar. Nathan Aspinall against Ray John Rodriguez. And Dom Taylor against Neil Zonneveld. That was the draw in full. Menzies start with a 10. Yes. 150 average. Holy. Gary Anderson's currently averaging 114. Just doing Gary things. Josh Rock averaging 111. There's only 2 of Aidan Kirk who's averaging 81. That is a 30-point difference in the averages. Cheers, Toby. I appreciate that one. Bartons and Van Gogh, and currently 2 apiece as well. Peter Wright has found a ton average mark as he goes 3-0 up on Owen Rolos. I've not predicted a Derby versus Bunting final yet. I've actually said Dave Chisholm will win today. It's currently 3-0 down to Leighton Bennett. 167 is a 9. 150 is a 10. Yeah, definitely a 10. Beaten lively today. Yeah, beaten 3-1 up on Gerwin Price, despite being over 12 points less in the averages. Made that 3-2 as Price responds. Still averaging 107. 15-point gap in the averages now. Michael Smith leads Martin Drac 4-0. He's only averaging 89 now. On stream 3 and 4, they have the running averages. Wonder why they don't do that on stream 1 and 2. Because stream 1 and 2, the scoreboards are scalped, which means there's somebody else inputting the score data as they go in. On stream boards 3 and 4, they are using the Dark Connect scoreboards. Now, you can turn that average off, but I guess they've either forgotten or have chosen not to. O'Connor and Cross level once again at 2 apiece on streaming board 1. Josh Rock has opened up a 2-leg cushion on Aidan Kirk right now. Cameron Menzies averaging 112. It's 2-0 up on Christoph Ratajski. Gary has decided to be back. 114 average, 4-1 up. No commentary on stream 1. No idea. I watched them all on mute because I'm streaming to you. Good point, Matt. Yeah. No comms on the outer ones. There's no chance for anybody to give you an update. Bartons wants 150 for a 2-leg cushion on Smith. Does Van Gogh doesn't go, but Bully Boy 5-0 up. He could well be the first player into the second round. Has Owen Roloff's always taken that long to present the dart and then throw it? Or has he slowed down a little bit? As Van Gerwen does level up. Aidan Kirk gets another back against Josh Rock. Damon Heta 4-1 up now on Jules Van Dongen. Yet never asked me to predict a winner again. Leighton Bennett currently leads Dave Chisnell 4-0. Good me. Gavin Price now leads Steve Beaton 4-3. Who does Luke Littler play? Keane Barry. De Graaf gets one back as Anderson makes a mistake from 46. De Graaf bangs in the maximum. Gary, 2 match darts in the 16s corridor. Misses inside on both. And the 41 must go. Afternoon, Simon. Hope you are well. Van Gerwen, 32 for a 10 dart. Goes in 12, but Van Gerwen does lead in our feature game. Yeah, they graph way up on his season average, 106 right now. But he cannot lay a glove really on Gary Anderson. It's only because he's missed 2 darts in the previous leg that he's got one back against him. Menzies now leads Christoph Ratajski 4-0. Danny Noppert leads Ronnie Hybrex 4-0 as well. Martin Dracht's got a leg back against Michael Smith. Whilst Johnny Clayton from 2-0 down to Rasma now leads 3-2. I guess the more pressing question today, apart from who wins, is which player will we see a 9 and which player will hit it? Obviously, we had 3 on the opening day of action. Then Gary Anderson missed a double for it 3 times on the same day on his way to the title on day 2, including twice in the final. Match darts incoming for Gary Anderson from 86. The graph leaves 89. I've already seen it on Dart Connect. 2 18s. Misses a dart at the bull, and this 89 must go because the graph's back to 5-3 now. Single 19, single 20, and a bullseye. Yeah, I don't know why he's ever changed, Rob. Ever. Either the elements or the ones he won the first World Championship with. The first winner of the day is Michael Smith, the bully boy. Beats Martin Dracht 6-1. Dave Chisnell is about to be bageled by Leighton Bennett. He currently leads 5-0. Chisnell's averaging just 84. Can I re-buy in on a prediction? Because that's not gone very well. I've not got my new ones. I only ordered them on Saturday, to be fair. And they do have a lovely message across the top of their website saying, due to the Luke Littler effect, it's taken them a while to dispatch stuff. So you can watch some of the games live on PDC TV. There are 4 streaming boards for you to choose from. Other than that, no. Anderson does get over the line against the Graf, a 6-3 winner for him. Just 112 average to get the day up and running. Josh Rock has beaten Aidan Kirk 6-4. Yeah, this is a tidy start from Gary Anderson, isn't it? Barton's wants 66 to save the match. Gerwin Price Well, that's just popped up on Dark Connect, and he still wants 156 on my stream. Does this go for the match? There's one. There's another. And a double 18, a 156 out from Gerwin Price to defeat Steve Beaton. I believe Toretta isn't playing today. Here's another one of the withdrawals. We need a new feature. What's warming up? Let's stick the end of this one on and see what we get by then. I mean, we say it must be warm enough. The week he withdrew for being too cold, he actually won the first game with quite a significant average. Dave Chisnall has a leg back. Yes! This is really confusing now. So what I'm going to do is sort this by that, because that's how I've got it on my other screen as well. MVG did beat Andy Barton's 6-3 in the end, 95 average for the Green Machine. Peter Wright is one away against Owen Roloffs. And Leighton Bennett beats Dave Chisnall 6-1, 93 average from the teenager. Great success from me. So the draw for the Pro Tour will be done on the day. It's literally built into the back of Dark Connect. So they press a button and there's a random generator built into the software. So it is random. Ryan Searle, 60 winner over Patrick Girards. Damon Hatter beats Jules Van Dongen 6-3. Perhaps, Glenn, but also that proves an element of randomness. Like, that is a possibility. Even if it's a 1 in a million shot that every single draw is identical, the fact that that is a shot is represented in the randomness. Willie O'Connor has bounced right back here against Rob Cross, and he's now throwing for the match. However, time for this man. Luke Littler is about to take on Keen Barry. So Clayton one away from victory over MODUS. No, in maths, random doesn't exist. It's still modelled, but it's as random as that draw can be. If you want an explanation, you can go and find it in the back end of Dark Connect. They've got an entire page on it. As the Ferret does defeat Rasma. No TV channel, but you can watch one of 4 streaming boards on PDC TV. I have no idea what Phil's done. He has been, or he is, at the Super Series. We still have the Barney alarm too. Don't you worry, Laura. Especially as my friend Jar is watching along. Hello, buddy. Littler is not streamed. Afternoon, Luca. The draw is Carnage. Yeah, I mean, I've used the software to run the seniors events as well. So, like, Winnie Baller leads Callum Goffin 2-0. Is he underway now? We'll see the end of this one, and then we'll put Luke on screen because this could be over in a couple of visits' time. There's no point not seeing the end of this dirt game. But Luke Litter and Keen Barry will be on your screens very, very shortly. The fastest game in history has just got underway as Ricky Evans is 1-0 up on Danny Lauby. Good luck to whoever is marking that one. Oh, it's Luke because he is on streaming board too. More match starts for Dirk Van Dyvenbode then. If you could hit these, please, buddy. Sorry, Daryl, but we've got a Littler to watch. You know for well this is going to a decider now, don't you? Yep. Pascal Ruprecht leads Yella Klassen 1-0. Josh Richardson 1-0 leader over Danny Janssen. There we go. Daryl Pilgrim, of course, levels up. Where else were we? Ross Smith defeated Nick Kenny 6-3. Wins for Ryan Searle over Patrick Gerrards. Will O'Connor complete the job on Rob Cross? He's the highest seed. No, he's not. Dave Chisnell was number 1 seed. Do you think the seniors will have more major events, like at least 6, because the talent is growing? Not yet, because it's all about cost, right? It's not as if the World Seniors have an infinite pot of money or have the ability to just rock up to Sky and go, right, pay for this. That's part of the reason why I wasn't on TNT this week. If a broadcaster doesn't want the product you're offering, then you can't force them to put it anywhere. Same with BBC. We can't force them to put it on BBC One. We take what we're given. So, look, long term, if there is a partnership with a sponsor or a broadcaster or a production company or something like that, that will fund bits of that, and we can keep growing ticket sales for actually within the venues, then yeah, of course it will grow. But obviously all of those things have to come together at once. There's still a couple of sessions at the Circus Tavern that are actually quite poor in terms of attendance. A Thursday afternoon, obviously. I know a lot of people are at work, but there was maybe 200 people in there maximum. It's all right being able to sell out the Friday and Saturday, but even yesterday, Trophy Day, I'm not sure if any of you have seen the layout, but if you look at the stage to the right hand side, there's like 2 balconies. The one where we sit on the left and the one on the right. And there was a black sheet across it again to cover up the fact that those seats weren't sold for the week, for the Sunday. So it was down on Thursday, it was up on Friday and Saturday because they were sold. But then on Sunday again, it was to make the venue look like it was busier than it was. So there's little tricks in there, but unless things like that pick up, then no, because they're not viable to do. They're not just going to keep chucking money out of the back pocket of someone. Right, we promise you the Nuke, who is 1-0 down to Keane Barry. Issue with seeing it's harder for bookies to offer a full service. There is that, Glenn, but there is also the fact that the bookies can pay for a sport radio or somebody on site to do it live. Just because they're too cheap to just use Dark Connect or try and take it from a feed. So I think the World Championship will be expanded to 48 players. It's actually going down next year. It's going to be 24 across 3 days of action. The one thing I would like to see added is an end of season, effectively a tour championships from all of the floor events, a tour finals. Ricardo Petrezco beats Mike Kivenhoven 6-5. It's the number of sessions, right? It's reducing to 24 because it's only going over 3 days, the Thursday, the Friday, and the Saturday, because the production cost for an extra day compared to the ticket sales for those extra days, i.e., if you look at the 2 quietest days, the Thursday and the Sunday, those days aren't there. I am very glad I'm not referee for Double Trouble Week. When I got sent the rota, I was curious as to who it was going to be. Marco back for the first time in exactly 1 year has got the double start. So you carry on, buddy. 100%. I'm glad to just be home, to be honest. I left home at 4 a.m. last Wednesday. Not the Wednesday just gone, the one before that. And I got home an hour ago. What TV money? Right, there's a title sponsor for the event, which is covering an awful lot of the prize fund. The production is funded by the World Seniors Tour. There's no broadcaster paying for that. That's why it was only on BBC Sport. Even on TNT, the seniors funded the broadcast. Because it's a new product. It's not like Sky paying the World Seniors millions and millions of pounds to have those rights. You've got to prove your product's valuable enough to them in the first place. When am I next calling? I literally sat down and did this last night. Let me have a look for you. Socials. The 11th. 11th of March is my next week down in Portsmouth. You can't have more than 4 games in a session because of the 8 sessions this week, 5 of them overran. Anyway, back to the action here at the Pro Tour. We'll talk about the seniors later tonight on the live lounge. Myself, Phil Bars, and Lee Boyce. You can't start early on a Thursday afternoon when nobody's in there anyway. The doors are already open at 10:30 to the venue in order to get the VIP package in so they can have the meet and greet and the photos that they arrange for. Oh, a hillbilly. That was close. But he does miss the double inside. Ricky Evans currently leads Danny Lauby 4-1. Is that now 5? It is now 5. Steve Lennon and Adam Warner 3 apiece, and Willie Borland leads Callum Goffin 4-2. Richie Edhouse has just taken the opener leg as Alan Suter, one to look away from. Perhaps Paul Corona. Is this his debut? Did he play week 1? Was he one of the players that missed out of the very first block? Find himself 5-2 down to Richard Veenstra. Chris Lamb and Adam Gowlas 2 apiece. Danny Jansen leads Josh Richardson 5-1. Jansen without the tour card doing the damage so far. Graham Usher against Owen Bates. Currently 4-3 to the Gambler. James Horrell 3-1 up on Dazwan. And he just missed that double 12 for the 9 darter. Boris Kirchmar 2. Jurgen van der Velde 2. Who got called up today? Janssen must be one of them. Pilgrim another. I think Burnett's in the draw somewhere as well. I want to say Belmont doesn't have a card. Rick Evans does complete a 6-1 win over Danny Lauby. I know who will know. Can someone tell Darts Rankings to change their name? So the changes to the original entry list: Colin Humphreys and Tim Walters all out, Pilgrim, Oscar Lukasiak and Connor Scott all in. The Russian can play under a neutral flag, I believe, whereas they can't in the WDF. I think I've got that the right way around. What am I chucking at the moment? So I do, and have for a long, long time, throw with Adrian Lewis Gen 2 targets. However, I purchased a new set on Saturday. They're still in the back of this. Or did I delete it earlier? I've just bought myself a set of these. The HEMA 03s. Veenstra 6-3 up, Danny Jansen 6-2 up. Luke Littler just banged in a 1-3. 2 treble visits in a row to potentially save his bacon. And he does get one back, 5-4. He's now throwing to force a deciding leg. Some big names warming up as the third round of fixtures on each board get going. Gabriel Clemens, Stephen Bunting, Brendan Dolan, Luke Woodhouse all ready to go. Willie Borland does complete a 6-2 win over Callum Goffin. Warner one away now from a first win in a while against Steve Lennon. As Littler is on for an 11-dart leg. Great leg from Keen Barry as well, but it just might not be enough. He's left a 2-darter after 9. I might not even get a look at it. Expect 4 tops from Littler here. But it goes in 3. 12-dart leg to stay alive, and Keen Barry is now throwing to knock out Luke Littler. I don't want to say just a ton, because it's a decided leg. You'd be happy to start with a ton. It's not enough, is it? It's not enough. That's definitely not enough. He couldn't, could he? Ooh. Actually saw Keen Barry on Saturday. Popped into the Circus Tavern. And a huge visit from Dynamite. As Littler leaves Shanghai. You'd expect 6 darts from here for Keen Barry, but it may have to go in 3. He's definitely missed the first or second dart and just scored there to pile the pressure on Luke Littler. Surely not. And there it is, Luke Littler. Slip. Double 12 for Keen Barry to eliminate the nuke. Just like Owen Bates has just done to Graham Usher, and he's gone inside. 3 times he's gone inside. Littler would have thought it was all over, surely. What is that? Bag of nails. And Barry misses 2 more on the outside. More chances for Littler to survive. And this is the thing now, he comes with a reputation. And it goes in 3. My, oh my, does Luke Littler get away with one? He beats Keen Barry 6-5. An awesome 10th leg to get back level. And then one that started brilliantly from both, but ended with plenty of nerves. Luke the Nuke Littler is into round 2. Which is very good for our retention. Hope to see you all in that one shortly. We now need a new feature game. Let's go. Bunton is on stream. Clemensley Evans? Clemensley Evans. Wouldn't we all, Scotty? We'd all much rather be lucky than good. I wouldn't say a bag of spanners, mate. They're both less finishes after, what, 9 darts? 12 darts? 9 darts. 164 left for Keane, 120 left for Littler. They both got nervy, yeah, but Adam Warner has lost the last 2 legs on the spin, including missing a match start. And Steve Lennon, Scuba Steve, possibly the worst nickname in the world, has just beaten one of the best nicknames in the world, but one we're not allowed to say at this time of day. I was watching Top Gear montages last night, so in the world is definitely a thing. Hope so, Toby. Hope so. Ever used a set of Amberjack Pros? I've not. Are they the Red Dragon ones, the orange ones? Mental Sulovic, a 6-2 win over Danny Van Tripp. Bates has a bet. Bates is very good, as is Tim Poozies. Adam Warner is... His is a nod to being an official in a different sport, shall we say. A 6-4 win for Boris Krujma over Jurgen van der Velde, and Karel Sedlacek has beaten Graham Hall. Yeah, so it's gone from £30,000 to the winner this year to £50,000 to the winner next year for the World Senior Darts Championship as well. I'm not saying Warner's nickname, not yet, maybe later, but it is mightily hilarious. He's a good lad as well as Adam. Beat me in the quarterfinals of the Student Nationals a few years ago. Arse. And now look at us. He's on a Pro Tour and I'm talking about him. You can play without a nickname, it's not a requirement, but it's just a bit of fun. Richie Edhouse is a 6-0 winner over Alan Suter. That's mightily disappointing for Suits, just an 82 average for him. What's Lee Evans done there? Yeah, there's 5 different routes to qualify for the Seniors World Championship. Now, obviously, we're still working on the other tournaments as we go along. But it's not about telling the legends they're not welcome. It's about trying to encompass a lot of them into the tour. The biggest shout we've had from players on the tour is that all the opportunities are going to those that aren't supporting it. They're turning up, they'll tweet for a week or go on social media before an event, but other than that, we don't see them. Thornton's been very good. He's been to a fair few events because he lives in Scotland as well. Henderson has been a big supporter of the floor events when he's turned up, since he's turned 50 last year, sorry. Kevin Painter the same, Mark Dubbridge the same. And if there are invitation spots to come, they're going to go to those sort of players that are there week in, week out, putting the miles in, putting the effort in, and making it one big tour, not 2 different tours, not them and us. Worrying moments for the Bunting, for the Bullet, by the way. He's 2-0 down to Jermaine Watamaina. There are now 2 qualifiers for Blackpool, yeah. However, given that there are now 2 qualifiers, I refuse to market it as golden ticket. The concept of a golden ticket is 1. You're holding on to it. So, yeah, it will just be 2 qualifiers now. Andy Hamilton, so he's played a fair bit on the floor, not as much as he perhaps would have liked to. We've seen him in Newbury a few times. Afternoon, Warren. Hope you're well. A big finish from the Evans to go 3-2 up on Gabriel Clemens. The movie did have a silly movie though, wasn't it? Am I going to the Seniors of Blackpool? Yeah, I go to every Seniors event. So I'm the social media manager for them and tournament director for the floor events. So yeah. 100% I'll be there. I'll be there no matter what, as the meme says. Andy Hamilton is in great shape right now. Whatever he's had done, I want. If you're there, come say hello. Ozzy will be there too, and Boise. Yeah, Jeff, that's on me, mate, but that's because we did all the winner stuff last night, and then I woke up at 20 past 8 and had to be on the road for 9 to get here to stream for 12. So you could have either had a stream or you could have had Seniors highlights. I'm just one man. Only. Thought so, Jeff. They'll be up later, mate. I've got a few more things to do as well, but I did win my stage test game. I beat Jason Francis 3-0. Some of it wasn't pretty. I did record some of it. I tried to vlog this weekend and I can't lie. I'm going to end up deleting it all because I used a couple of different mics at different times. I wasn't really happy with it and I forgot my tripod, so it was all just a bit close. And I've looked back at some of it and I don't like it. And it was already 20 minutes long without adding the final day, and it wasn't as in-depth as I wanted it to be at times, and it just felt like a bit of a chore. And it was a long weekend, so I've vlogged now. Whether or not I use all that footage is a different matter. It's sort of filled up the storage on my phone as well, which has been a nightmare. So I think I'm just going to use the weekend just gone as a get back into the habit of vlogging, and then maybe start in Blackpool, start to finish, where it can be a bit more polished. And actually take the equipment, and there's less stuff, and you can see the other side of it as well, because it was literally me at the venue, in and out, outside, in the corridors, etc. So Blackpool, we got a bit more time in and around the event, so you can see what we get up to in the evening. I think we're all going for a big meal with the guys from Jennings Bet, who have basically become part of the family. So yeah, I did win the stage test game. I went to record all of it. I thought cleverly. I had my case on stage. I put my phone down for the first two and a bit legs. While they sorted some other things out, I pressed the button, went back to it, and realised I'd taken a photo. So I missed the bit where I hit 180 and a few other things. But I did get the last leg. Wasn't pretty, but I'm going to 140. All 3 legs won on double 9. I can't even stand that corner. However, it's time for this man. Notice, by the way, none of you will have seen this, but I got a timely reminder from Mr. Jarlath Eaton that Luke Littler was about to play, and I needed to play that alarm. But nothing, no pre-warned for the Barney alarm. So yeah, thanks, mate. What a boy. Afternoon, ASG. Hope you're well, pal. Yeah, Pro Tours today and tomorrow. I'll be here starting both days off, and then Phil Barnes will join me later on. Not sure if he's joining us straight from Portsmouth or from home. Probably straight from home, so he's got about an hour drive as well. So you're stuck with me for now. Yeah, I agree, Warren. That all got a bit chaotic last night as well. There's a few more layers with that one to come as well, but we'll see what goes with it. Bunting using new darts, is he? He changed the grip a bit. Stephen, what are you doing, man? You've been flying. Who's my favourite player in the game today? Seniors or pros? Can't be Wade anymore, surely. I love Wade. I'm always going to have a lot of time for Wade. I've always loved Gary Anderson. I think he's absolutely brilliant. The year he won the Worlds where he beat Phil Taylor, I backed it from about August time. Was just like, yeah, it's happening. I mean, I like most of the seniors. I don't think there's a bad one on there once you get to know them all on a one-to-one level. It's absolutely brilliant. I'm never not going to include Kyle Anderson in this discussion. He was more than just a favourite player. He was like a brother to me. It's about my list, to be fair. Oh, co-op meal deal. It's gone downhill. Am I watching Elimination Chamber? No. If you want to talk wrestling, the nonce will be here later on. Afternoon, John Boy. How we doing, mate? Awesome effort last week, pal. Luke Littler is playing today. He is currently beaten Keen Barry 6-5. Best of 11 format. Yes, it is, Warren. We'll get that one right today. Paul Hinks mentioned at the weekend, called his 9 awards. I think so, yeah. Kyle was the first 9 I called, so I went to an exhibition with him in the Royal George pub at Todmorden. David Evans was actually playing in a competition there at the time before he turned pro. So we did. He hit a 9 there, road trip and whatever, and then obviously I've had 3 at MODUS. But yeah, look, I love Kyle, always will. Celtics year, as in the football team or the basketball team? Because if it's basketball, then yeah, I hope so. JT looks unreal. What happened last night? I haven't caught any of the All-Star game. Who got NBA All-Star MVP? Yes, the East. Oh, Lillard. Yeah. I have no intention or ability to sit and discuss wrestling with you. Sorry. Wrestling is a soap opera. It is premeditated, the outcome. Evans beats Gabriel Clemens 6-3. That was our streaming game with Jermaine Watermain. Beat Stephen Bunting. The bullet is gone. Jar, thanks for the lovely message about playing the Barney alarm on time. Now to tell everybody you backed Stephen Bunting today. It's going really well for you, buddy. I think the key for the Celtics is just keeping everybody fit now. It has to be. I'm a Liverpool fan as well, and it's just about getting everybody fit and going for it. We've got to get over the line. The defense quality, KP is solid. The backcourt, the changes look good. It's a bit like the Bruins, actually. We made a couple of changes that you think might throw it off a little bit. Derek White has been absolutely awesome this year. We're going to chuck Chris Dobie on for my mate Dan because we're off on a little road trip in a couple of weeks' time. More so at the weekend as the midweek. I might going to Wembley. I'm staying at home. I'm doing enough travelling at the minute. Don't you start, Jamie. Do you think we'll ever see a player at the seniors older than 77 years old? I doubt it. But we'll see. How do you rate on the core 9? Just mad. Absolutely mad. It was basically, so he did it. It was an exhibition for a league finals night. So there was 8 players. They played down to their winner, and then all 8 of those players got to play against Kyle afterwards. And it wasn't long after Kyle had hit his 9 at the World Championship, so he was starting to get a little bit of jip from the crowd that he hadn't hit one. Then everybody peer pressured the landlord into playing against Kyle as well because he paid for Kyle to be there as part of the finals night, and it was literally the last leg of the night. You couldn't have scripted it any better. So. Yeah, we've been missing a genuine big for a long, long time, and I didn't think KP was that guy, but he certainly looks like he is right now. Lineup all fit. I'd go big in the playoffs. I'd go White 1, JB 2, JT 3, Al 4, KP 5. Weston Armin gets a leg back against Chris Dobie, who was averaging 119. Adam Smith-Neal is 1 leg away from knocking out Luke Woodhouse. He's 5-4 up. Matt Dennant leads Ryan Joyce 2-1. Was John Lowe not older? Possibly. I'm not sure how old John Lowe is now. I don't think we see AD Lewis again, ever, as a tour card holder, if I'm being completely honest. Jose de Sal's a 6-2 win over Kim Hybrex. That was on streaming board 4, so we got anyone on there? Yeah, big changes made for next year, Kevin, for the World Championships anyway. So 12 spots via a ranking list or a new world ranking list, 4 via a seasonal 1-year order of merit so that we can entice as many people to come in and compete right at the start. 3 via qualifiers that we're going to manage, 1 via an ADC link up. So ADC members that haven't had a taste of the seniors yet can have a crack at it, book their spot and go, do you know what? This is worth my time. And then just 4 invitations for players that are coming off the tour, or for those that perhaps aren't in a position where they can go and commit to the tour full time, but are valuable assets to the tour. So your likes of Steve Beaton, who has announced he's going to make the switch to the seniors tour next year, is most likely to be one of those 4 players, isn't he? Hendo's a good bloke as well. Very good bloke. Have I ever played? I've not played county. I've played a lot of Super League, but I've never been called up to a county side. I do referee for Derbyshire though, so I've refereed for 5-6 years now. It's how I got the experience to go and referee at the Super Series, which I'm incredibly grateful for. It definitely needed freshening up. I like the fact that there's somebody else in charge of it other than the BDO. It needed distancing. It's still quite expensive. It needs regionalising, and then finals. Look, if there's one county that's significantly better in your region, then tough. Get over it. There'll be different tiers of national finals, I think, or you'll have to get better, won't you? I think the perfect time to have done that was when the UKDA took over, but the vote was so up in the air, you didn't really want to go promising things that were controversial enough. Yeah, it's just the travel and the cost for basically 7 legs of darts if you're in the top 2 divisions, or 5 legs of darts and you're a B team player elsewhere. In terms of an atmosphere and stage practice and that, I still think it's brilliant, but yeah, it needs shrinking, or needs to find a way to cut costs. Roby John Rodriguez, a 6-2 win over Nathan Aspinall. The Asp is gone again. His Pro Tour form has not been great at all, has it? I hope so, Kevin. I hope so. We see a few more. Wes Newton not attempting Q School. Yeah, I remember seeing him at the Cheshire Open a few years ago, and he'd lost a lot of weight, and he was joking around and says, "I can't afford to eat like I used to." Not eat at all, but you get what I mean. Eat like a king when he was a high-flying Premier League player. Barry Van Peer as a 6-4 winner over Brendan Dolan. Connor Scott is underway against Aaron Monk. Halpai Puha takes on Thibaut Tricot on streaming board 2. Barney 4-1 up, yeah. Make that 5 against Jitsa van der Waal on streaming board 1. Jitsa with a compression sleeve on his throwing arm, much like Lisa Ashton. DC put an island for Mickey Mansell. That's Mickey's choice. He opts to go by the Irish flag. One that will be interesting in the next couple of years will be Kevin Burness and what flag he chooses to continue to participate under. He's actually from Wrexham, but in order to play in the Tom Kirby, had Northern Irish citizenship. I don't really know, Tommy. I've never used one of those. I've thrown in like a thermal that I play football in, and it's not great. It's not for me. But I don't like anything on my arms. I'm a bit... There are times when I look a bit like a log, and I just want the sleeve off me completely. Wessel Nyman fighting back now against Chris Dobie. Trailed 3-0, back to 3 apiece. What's the first tournament we'll see Bo Greaves in? The Women's Series in the end of March? Mark Jadzaka beats Robert Grundy. The grenade is gone. It's not a tattoo. It's too smooth. And the other thing with county for me at the minute is, even if I did get a call up, I'd probably say no. Because I live in Nottinghamshire. I play Super League in Nottingham. But if it clashed with a Derbyshire weekend, I get paid to referee. So it's a big cost to go and play one game when I get paid for the entire weekend where I am. So, yeah, Raymond van Barneveld beats Jitse van der Waal 6-1. So we'll hear that alarm once more. Afternoon, Ja, once again. I heard intel that Justin Piper Sr.'s bound. Could you pass that intel on to me? Because I haven't heard that one. Completely honest. But again, he's over 50, more than welcome. Is Chris Dobie of 3 years ago returning? He is averaging 106. And he's finding a way to lose. Darryl Gurney is not, though. He's a 94, averaging a 6-1 win over Reese Griffin, the Welshman. James Wade and Brett Claydon currently 4 apiece. I'm sure that's not a tattoo, because I'm sure I'm friends with Yitzer on Facebook. No, it's definitely a sleeve. Because he's got a tattoo on his wrist. Underneath it. Mr. Jan van Beenscourt. Has he played yet? Because if not, I missed it too. I know he's on the same board, potentially running into Littler. Does he not play next? I don't think Gion's played yet. Can't see him on the list. Has he played? He played Radek. He won 6-4. Found him. Must have been an iPad issue. Some more questions. Justin Piper mentioned karate, not seniors. Yeah, it's definitely a compression sleeve, I think. With Charlie leaving the seniors to ref more in the PDC, can you see Russ taking that other ref spot, given he's done commentary already? Potentially. I mean, we've seen AD Mason make his debut this weekend. I thought he did a great job up there as well in a few games that he did. Charlie's not just left seniors, he's left anything else. Now he is effectively the new Russ Bray. He is the 4th referee in the PDC rotation, so he's only allowed to referee on TV for the PDC from now. He was allowed to keep doing the Super Series and the Seniors up until the Seniors World Championship, because he's already agreed to do that before he was effectively promoted. So, yeah, as of now, the only time you will ever see Charlie referee on TV will be in a PDC TV event, and bloody hell, he deserves it. He's very, very good. Very, very nice lad. Delighted that we managed to chuck him on TV in the break yesterday during the final, because it turns out he only actually got to do one set. But lovely little touch for him to do that final set as well. Yeah, no comment, Kevin. I can't lie. I took my headphones out. So I think Nunes starts on Wednesday or Sunday. I think he'll play half an hour to 45 minutes on Wednesday, and then he starts Sunday because we need him. John Terry. Apparently, John Terry's good at everything. Plays snooker, golf. He's very competitive on the golf course. Yeah, you're getting blocked, pal. Thanks for coming. You were not the real Phil Taylor. Surprised someone didn't fall off stage. I didn't see how tight the Scottish Open stage was. I see Colin McGarry took a little bit of a tumble on the senior stage. Don't be big fish to stay alive. Now then. What ref is going to be replacing Charlie at MSS? Rotation, I guess. Marco Myers back reffing this week. I have 4 full weeks in week 7. I think it's 4. I sat down with the team yesterday to book mine in. Oh my God, Chris Dobie, an 11 dart leg to wrap it up after staying alive with a big fish. My, oh my. What is that? What is that Eddie Hearn line? That man has got a set of something on him. Matt Denham beats Ryan Joyce 6-4. The Scholar defeats Relentless. Aaron Monk leads Connor Scott 5-1. Jim Williams leads Daniel Closer 2-1. That's on the streaming board for you. Afternoon, Anthony. How you doing, mate? Thank you very much. Got to start Champions Week. Thinks he's still awesome. Called him the robot. He just doesn't make a mistake, does he? We need a new feature. Ian White? Or do we want some Callum Ridds, Nathan? We'll stick with a Geordie theme, shall we? Because Dan's still about. Buha's on the stream, so we only break that rule for one person, I'm afraid. I'll be honest, I think that was more of a throwaway comment from Phil. I don't think he has any intention of playing a 16-year-old on a dartboard who is as accomplished as Luke is right now. Because after the weekend just gone, I don't think it would go very well for him. It's not Leighton Bennett at 12 years old in the tower when Phil is virtually only just out of retirement. This is one of the best players in the world. Do I think Owen will be after? I don't think. I know that's the succession plan. The only referee anywhere over the age of 40, I think, at the moment is George Noble, and he's a fair bit over that. Obviously, he's heavily involved in the MODUS Super Series. The minute George calls it a day, Owen Binks will become the 4th referee in that rotation, and that's locked up for about the next 20 years. Will Peter Wright win a Premier League? He'll win a game. Will he win a night? No. Is Littler still in? He is. He beat Keane Barry 6-5. Why do you think AD Lewis won't get his tour card back? Because I just question what AD's chasing, and the parallel to compare him to is Glenn Durrant. Right, and AD Lewis is never going to be content with a player just getting his tour card back. Barney is content with getting his tour card back because it's financially viable. And let's be honest, relative to his BDO days, Barney's not won a great deal for 10 to 15 years in the PDC anyway, not ranked anyway. Adrian Lewis is still chasing 23-year-old Adrian Lewis that's two-time back-to-back world champion. And I think he's always going to be chasing that level, and he's never going to be content unless he hits that level, and that's draining for him. I've not seen anything on not to win a game. It's not something they usually associate themselves with. Is there anyone that has not played at the MSS that you would like to see in Portsmouth? Devon Peterson. There are 2 qualifiers for the Champion of Champions now, Louis. Yeah. Can't lie, I'm not going to call them golden tickets because the concept of a golden ticket qualifier was 1. AD does have another 10 years before he can go and compete elsewhere, yes. Unless he wants to go and play ADC and that sort of stuff. But again, I'm just not sure Adrian Lewis sees his future on the Oki anymore. He's doing... he could have gone and... I think he... I don't know how to word this. But I'm pretty sure Adrian Lewis is part of the exhibition team that go on the green man or the man on the in or whatever during the weekend of the UK Open. Now, he's not currently active, but that means he's going to withdraw from the tournament, but then be a sideshow in a different room at the same event. Everybody's in the UK Open. The 2 telltale signs to me, if he doesn't play the UK Open, and the fact he didn't go to the World Championship qualifier. If you're not doing either of them, I question if you really want to be on the Oki or if you're just going to let it run out and hope that something might switch before the end of the year. But even if it does, he's in a position where he's got to chase or do something ridiculous to pull it off to stay as a tour card holder. Vincent van der Voort on the march, yeah, 2-0 up on Stephen Burton. Thibaut Tricot leads hard by Puha 4-2. Jim Williams 4-1 up on Daniel Closer. Robbie Knops 2-1 up on Ian White. Excuse me. I don't know why he hasn't just surrendered his card, and that's a problem for me. Because he didn't go to the World Championship qualifier, and because he's not going to play at the UK Open, but he's going to be there on the evening entertainment on the side, from what we know of. The fact he is then keeping a card, I find, is a little bit wrong. The difference between him and Cadby is Cadby didn't use it once he first got it. But I just think he's just not going to have it at the end of the year, is he? What did I see there? Something flashed up. Kevin Dukes 5-1 up on Florian Hempel. Dylan Slevin's taking the opening leg against Robert Owen. Darren Beveridge has just done the same to Mervyn King. Martin Lukeman and Matt Campbell currently 3 apiece. Ryan Meikle's averaging 136 as he's teaming up on Gert Nenches. Kevin Dukes now beats Florian Hempel. Slevin doubles his lead. Scott Williams, another who made the trip to the tavern, 2-0 up on Jeffrey Sparadans. As Paul Nicholson retired. I think from chasing the ambitions of being a professional dart player, yeah. I think he's another that is very comfortable being the other side of the sport now, the media. He's got his commentary roles on PDC TV at the Super Series, on the radio as well, which is a brilliant concept. There's no pressure. Him, Mark Webster, Wayne Mardle. There's no need for them to go back chasing to be a player. It's long hours of practice that nobody sees. It's a shed load more travel and stress and pressure and a lack of guaranteed earnings. Why would any of them put themselves in that position again? Ryan Meikle 9. Is that why his average was so good? Because it's just dropped, but it was a 9 dart a second leg. You are bang on. Ryan Meikle with the perfect leg against Gert Nentjes. They're warming up again already. No, he's not. You just wanted me to press the button, didn't you? I'm not doing that. Whoa, Callum Ridds, 146 against Nathan Rafferty. What is it with these Geordies and big finishes? Do I think Whitlock will ever win a TV event? If I count the seniors, yeah. Do I think he'll win a PDC ranked major? No. If I'm being honest, I don't think Whitlock's heart's really in it right now, looking at his performances and his level of the last year or so. But I think he's just clinging on in the hopes that his son Mason gets a tour card and they can play together on for a season. Then again, he's just banged in a 14 dart leg to open against Keegan Brown. Who on earth are Everton playing tonight? Palace. Oh dear. Oh my. Reprec takes over against Leighton Bennett. Martin Lukeman now 1 away against Matt Campbell. Ryan Meikle 4-0 up on Nentjes. Aaron Beveridge 3-0 up on Mervyn King, who's averaging just 84. Are we really plotting Littler's route to a final from here? He takes on Menzies, then it will be Van Veen or Dukes, I think, is winning that one. Or has just won that one. That one. Clayton's ball running to Gary. Then it would be Dirk van Dijvenbode's board. So Dirk, Lakaziak, Dobie, Robbo, and Dylan Slevin. Then we move up. So it'd be Clayton, Sulovic, Claydon, Scott Williams, Bennett, Ruprecht, Peter Wright, etc. So it's a decent little running. Keegan Brown levels up. He was now averaging 107, but he was 16 before that. Something like that. Martin Lukeman beats Matt Campbell 6-4, and Callum Ridds secures a 6-3 win over Nathan Rafferty. Apart from Gary Anderson and LC in the age, a little. I think the fact that the tour is so grueling, it certainly suits those that are younger and fitter. I'm going to put that one on, actually. Result on the streaming board 4 is Jim Williams 6, Daniel Closer 3. Who does Bully Boy play next? Oh, don't you dare look back. Chris Landman. I'm more of a casual, if I'm being honest, ASG. So that's one that hasn't really caught my eye. A lot of the boys that work for OD are big boxing fans, Brad and Cam and Bars and a few others. I just don't have the knowledge to go after. I don't mind watching some of the fights. Lee Woods, obviously a Nottingham boy. But yeah. Do I see Rock winning a major in the next 24 months? That's a big time frame and a lot of players that are capable of winning one. I don't know. He'd have to. If he hits form for 3 months or so, then yeah, but I just don't see it as a one-off run right now. I think Ian White will keep his card. I think Mervyn King will lose his. And if not, I think we might see him hand it back anyway. Taylor. I think I remember watching that one now, you know. Catterall battered him in the first, didn't he? Or have I made that up? Jesus. Some of the things you see on social media. Yeah. Why do you think Rock hasn't reached the potential of the Hives? But I just think it's very early. He's not had a tour card for 2 years yet. What Luke Littler did was sensational. Rock went from relative. Let's be honest, Luke's been building up for this for a long time. Rock went from a relative unknown, unless you were from Ireland, to oh my God, this kid's going to dominate the world. It doesn't just happen like that overnight, especially when you hit form to come into this. You've then got to maintain it. And a lot of players in their first season are just buzzing about everything, and then they hit second season and it drops off a bit. I went to the World Youth Championship, the floor event, the qualifier before you make it to the Players' Championship finals, to play that final last year and mark some of the games. And there were 3 boards that were absolutely jam-packed with people around it constantly, and his was one of them. People were there to watch Josh Rock. And that's completely different to the other situation he would have been used to, where nobody knows who he is. Players are used to him now. Players are comfortable with him. He had some issues with management off the board, so his attention perhaps wasn't always focused where it needs to be. He's young. He's got a young family. Like, he's still got so much time in the game, but because he's not come in and been world champion at 24 years old on his debut, everybody's writing him off. It just doesn't happen like that. His floor form in terms of results last year was much better than his debut year. Morning from Pittsburgh. Hope you're well, John. As Ryan Meikle, the man who hit the 9 darter today. If you said that, hands up in the chat room so I can call you a liar. As a 6-1 winner over Gert Nenchez. Yeah, look, people have known who Luke Littler is since he was 13, 14 years old. He's been in a WDF World Championship. He's been beating or winning WDF ranked events for a long, long time. He spent the year before he made that run to the World Championships as the two-time back-to-back MODUS Super Series champion. In short format, do you have any idea how switched on you have to be to win that once? Not, let alone twice. Vincent van der Voort. It's a 6-4 winner over Stephen Burton. Big Vinny. Doesn't want to smash up the Leicester Arena. I was going to call it the Morningside, but I'm pretty sure it's changed name. Well, that's what was popping up on my calendar alert earlier. Or somebody as a... Thank you, Daz. For your pleasure. Sound the alarm. Luke Littler will be underway in the second round very shortly against the very informed and excitable Cameron Menzies. Gildan underway as well. A few results bounding in, including Marion van der Bohada defeating Jacques Labre 6-3. And there was also a loss in there for Welshman Robert Owen, beaten 6-3 by Dylan Slevin. Luke Littler is on the streaming board. He's on streaming board 2. Was Bo at the Scottish Open? Absolutely no idea. I think so. Did she not win it? Yeah, look, I think the issue with Luke is because of his age, he has been played down a little bit, or people have been worried about heaping pressure on him at such a young age. We've done that sat here a number of times going, I don't want to tell you this kid's going to be the best in the world, because if it doesn't come off, what happens to him next? But everything he's had thrown at him, everything he's been a part of, he's thrived in. He isn't a normal 17-year-old now. But he also comes in an incredibly effective position because he had that run at the World Championships. And it's much like Fallon Sherrock or Lisa Ashton or Bo Greaves, there is still that stigma about losing somebody who is so young, similar to losing to a female. Right, rightly or wrongly, a 16-year-old shouldn't be beating a fully fledged pro, but he is that good. Afternoon, Natalie. Hope you're well. Fallon won the Scottish Open. Gary Robson won the men's. Did he really? Glenn Parsons won the Classic. That was against Dave Prinz in the final, wasn't it? The Classic. How did you find the weekend, Natalie? Whitlock was not on a streaming board. Might see him later on. I think we win the Carabao. Chelsea looked okay recently, and we always have dreadful performances against them. We're missing a fair few players, but I still think should be enough. With gender and age taken into consideration, who's better bowling? Well, Luke's been to a final of the PDC World Championship. He is a better dart player. What Bo's doing in the women's game is magnificent, and she is head and shoulders above 95% of players in the women's game, which is a different level of dominance. But Luke Littler is the better dart player. I'd love to see them play against it. I'd love to see them go at each other. It'd be brilliant. That's right, Nelly. Are you off to the women's series? Is the next one in March, Natalie? We were discussing this earlier. Is it the end of March, the first women's series of the year, or is there one before that? Like, she's the best female player in the world. It was more a dominance over. There are 3 or 4 players that on their game beat Bo when she's playing well. In the men's, there are 30 or 40 that have that ability, if not more. That was the point I was making, not, oh, she's only better than 95% of people and trying to name drop somebody that's better than her. End of March. Good. We'll be streaming that one here at Online Darts, I believe. You think Humphries winning the Wilds was a good thing for sport? I think it would have been an amazing thing. He is absolutely the perfect look, everything that the PDC want. He looks after himself. He speaks very well. He's in great shape. He has gone through the progression route perfectly from Dev Tour, etc. I forgot that was on, by the way. To be world champion, he's followed the pathway perfectly. And the only problem with that is that this 16-year-old came out of nowhere and stole every single highlight, every single headline. If that's anybody else in the final or anybody else making a run at that World Championships, Luke Humphries is a ridiculously big story. But this 17-year-old northern lad we'll let you off. I'd rather be watching from Jamaica too. You think Humphries secretly resents Lou Littler for stealing the headline? He's spoken incredibly well about it publicly, but if you put your entire life into becoming the very best at something, finally achieve your dream, and all the attention is somewhere else, it would be hard not to resent that situation, wouldn't it? Especially given the attention that everybody else as a world champion has ever had. Michael Van Gerwen's, even Peter Wright, Michael Smith for the first time last year. I also don't think it helps that they have the same first name. There's a couple of ways to look at it. There is a possibility that it's diverted Humphries having too much attention on him. He's another that has a young family, would have liked to be able to celebrate in his own way, but obviously clearly would have liked some of the hype and the watching. He's aware that Luke's presence in the sport right now will grow the sport, but actually, within that, the one that's got the newest, biggest, fanciest sponsors on his shirt or backing him as a brand or identity is the other Luke. Let's be honest, Boohoo Man are probably paying him and his management an absolute fortune to be on that shirt right now. Nobody's managed to crack a major clothing brand like that onto a shirt. And yet he's done it. And that's the sort of thing that Humphries would have loved. The sort of thing anybody would have loved. Menzies gets another back, 2 apiece. Darren Beveridge beats Mervyn King 6-4, which means we're just 1 leg away, potentially, from wrapping up the first round of this Pro Tour. Simon Whitlock does take that leg, a 6-4 win over Keegan Brown. And there we have it. We're just talking about the attention that Littler is getting compared to Luke Humphreys and various aspects of that. If you were world champion, would you be happy that you're being upstaged by a 17-year-old that you actually beat and then all of that sort of stuff? So whilst it grows the sport, you work so long and so hard for something to then end up second fiddle would be demoralising, I guess, is the word we were looking for. Talking of demoralising, Gary Anderson has a second ton plus average of the day, 101 for him as he beats Willie Borland 6-2. A soft drink of some sorts is the 136 from Cameron Menzies, 180 with the visit before that as well. Oh, Cammy, stop it! The Skoda is a fun source, especially I think it's more a branch of Skoda though. It's not Skoda, the car manufacturer. It is Skoda of a location that sells cars. It's not all of Skoda. It is a Skoda dealership, or what's the word I'm looking, franchise. So yeah. So there was a running joke on social media that Littler just drinks J2Os because he's not allowed to drink alcohol. So he started getting involved and bantering with it a little bit. But that was where I was going. He would have been absolutely prime for a soft drink sponsorship. Robinson, do you know what I mean? Where he's legally not allowed to drink, so you get a soft drink in there. Even like, well, no, it's definitely going to come and taking the piss a bit. But could you imagine if Prime went after Littler as a prime athlete? Right, I know they've got Haaland and Patrick Mahomes, and they sponsor Arsenal and all that. If they get a sports hydration drink into darts with the boom that it's got right now, with the age of Luke Littler being prime in that audience that KSI and Logan Paul attract via their social media and that their fan bases are, could you imagine the link up and damage that would do? $170 from Danny Janssen elsewhere. Mensah Sulovic on the streaming board against Johnny Clayton. Mensah in all green. It's weird seeing Mensah in green. It always will be, no matter how often he wears it. It's even weirder seeing Johnny Clayton in green. I'm going to have a word with the ferret. If you've got a PDC TV subscription, Jake, you can watch one of 4 streaming boards. If not, all the action is on Dark Connect. It's not a televised event. Josh Rock, a 6-2 winner over Adam Hunt. Oscar Lakaziak with a call up today. 2-0 up on Dirk Van Dijmer in the second one. Yeah, so I think KSI had a word. Obviously, Bazinga was at the Worlds and met him as well because he's a big fan. Like, the perfect link-up was there and ready to go for it. He was at the Leeds event just after the Worlds, I think. The very first one in January, he was there the night after he played somewhere as well. It was mad to see him there, to be honest. Might have been the week after the Worlds. Yeah, he was at a Misfits event. I'm all right, Pete. How are you, buddy? Who am I backing? What, Wayne Rooney's going to fight KSI? KSI will batter him. Watching who's your friend? That would have been fighting on a Misfits card. That's the one. The night after Bahrain, he flew back to be there. That was it. Littler goes 4-3 up on Menzies. Good game, this one. Both averaging 90, but they both had their moments. Interesting. KSI's stop boxing anyway, hasn't he? His focus is back on Sidemen for a while, and then he'll be back on music and God knows else what. So, Steve Lennon is currently doing a right job on Gerwin Price. An impressive performance in the first round. He's 5-2 down to Scuba Steve in the second. Ryan Searle and Owen Bates are on streaming board 3. They're both local to each other. Oh, fair enough. Same about the club, but decent. Leighton Bennett is through once again. He's the first man into the last 32. He dispatched number 1 seed Dave Chisnell earlier on. He just beaten Pascal Ruprecht 6-5. Board 1 is absolutely motoring. Going back to it, I think Michael is the most common first name in the PDC. If you can count Mike. Peter Wright for Ricky Evans for Alid says right, Mr. 9 Data. Which dart was it? I can't see every stream, unfortunately. Johnny, 2-0 up on Mentor Sulovic. Do not watch streaming board 4 because that is not a good watch. Speaking of terrible watches, suspense is building.
Greetings, everyone! How are we all?
We're having a great time, and then you've turned up.
Well, you know, that's what I do, isn't it? What have I missed?
Dave Chisnell beaten in the very first round.
That's 3 in a row.
Rob Cross beaten in the very first round. James Wade out to Brett Claydon. Brendan Dolan out. Ryan Joyce gone. Christopher Tysky gone. Stephen Bunting gone. He's still not very well. Gabriel Clemens gone. Leighton Bennett is the first man into the last 32. Luke Littler survived a big scare against Keane Barry. 5-4 down. Produced an 11 dart leg. And then a nervy decider between them. Gary Anderson has had back-to-back wins, averaging over 100. Ryan Meikle has hit a 9 darter.
Nice.
Josh Rock has beaten Adam Hunt. And the Geordie boys are flying. Callum Ridds played really, really well. Chris Dobie from 5-4 down hit a 170 to force a decider and then an 11 dart leg to win it.
Interesting. How we doing, everyone? Good to have you in. Thank you very much. I enjoyed doing the comms. And by the look of it, I did all right because I've had some real nice messages.
I don't know. I took my headphones out when I heard it was you.
To be fair, I will take it when one of the best broadcasters sport has seen comes up to me and says, Phil, you were damn good there in race dubs. I'll take that all day long.
Oh, Aspinall got bashed up as well. And Gerwin Price played really well in the first round and has lost in the second round to Steve Lennon. Becoming a bit of a habit, that.
Yeah, how's MVG looked on his first Pro Tour of the year?
He's 4 apiece with Richard Veens to the right now. Looked good in round 1.
Interesting.
He beat round 1. Where is it? 95 average, 6-3 win over Barton's in round 1.
That's tidy, to be fair, because look, Barton's has played really well in the first
3 each
block.
as well, so he's pulled away at the very back end of it.
Yeah, that's going to be impressed by Barton's. Are they having internet issues in Leicester?
We had a couple of boards drop out earlier. Gian Van Veen's board just disappeared at 3 each and rocked up with a result a few minutes later. Streams are okay though.
MVG's just missed a chance to break on one of those stream boards.
Peter Wright is using the element darts and has just beaten Ricky Evans 6-4. That's 2 wins for him. Chat said he missed the 9 as well, but I didn't know which dart it was.
So he's abandoned the brand new ones that were made for him and gone back to the elements already?
Yeah.
Shock. Why doesn't that surprise me? They're the ones that work, Peter. Just get everything else out of your head and play with them. Obviously, the other one, you weren't on the last set of Pro Tours. Do you like the fact that they've now scrapped that stupid stream board system?
Thank fuck. It was dreadful.
I'm not arguing at all. I'm just setting up my stream boards on the screen. Yeah. Interesting that Humphreys pulled out of the other ones. He was down to play in one, wasn't he? But then decided just to sack it all off.
Yep. Joe Cullen a withdrawal as well. Hope he's okay.
Yeah, he did this last year, didn't he? When he needed some time to himself for whatever reason, that he just took himself away. How are we doing, Dan? Hope you are good, mate. Hope everyone in the chat room had a great weekend. MVG averages 95 again. Not bad.
Tiny.
What's going up there? What time did you leave this morning?
20 past 9?
Oh, not too bad.
No. Back at 12:30.
How we doing, Laura? Hope you are good. How we doing, Maisie? Hope you had a good day at school.
I'll be honest, I'm going to end up asleep between the Pro Tours and the live rounds tonight.
You take a leaf out my book, lad. Power through. Mind you had more sleep than I did. Literally, I had about 3.5 hours, I think. Because I had to get up at silly o'clock.
Yes.
What's your thoughts on Johnny's new shirt?
Why is it green?
Green is a kind of Welsh thing, isn't it?
It's horrid. Hanging.
Yeah, I'm not over keen.
No. I mean, he definitely needed something new. The red one's been around for a long time, and he just doesn't change. It turns out instead of changing his style, he's changed his colour. If it brings with it a change in fortune to Mr. Clayton, then I'll be quite happy for him.
Has he played today, just out of interest? He's 4-1 up here. Like, I know he's not playing the best.
He has just got W's, which has not been very impressive. 90 average against Rasma and currently averaging
80.
Yeah.
Look, winning breeds confidence, though, doesn't it? So you never know. Just winning games, ticking over.
Like this guy.
The Barney alarm has sounded.
Vincent van der Voort. Woo!
That'll be interesting. I tell you what. On the what thing, that Mason Holgate's tackle. If I did that in the street, I'd get locked up.
There was genuinely somebody going, "There's nothing wrong with it. He's played the ball."
If I did someone that to the street, I'd be in court.
Oh, it was disgraceful.
It was horrific. Nice to have you along, sir.
Big win that for Damon Hatter, 101 average and a 6-5 victory over Danny Jansen, average 102. Jansen's remembered how to play darts again the last few weeks. It's just a shame it's a bit too late because he's not got a tour card anymore.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because let's be fair, last year he was shy.
It's dreadful.
Nice to see Owen Bates playing well here as well. Are we still calling him the Master?
Well, we may have spoken about Adam Warner's nickname earlier, so why not? Is he a bit like Prince now, the dartist formerly known as the Master?
Oh, he should do that. The man formerly known as the Master, Owen.
Jim Williams, a big 150, by the way.
That's nice of Jim to turn up and play some darts this year. Mensur Suljovic rocking the beard as well.
And green. What is going on? Mensur and Johnny are both playing in green.
I know the story behind that. That is the Rapid Vienna green of his beloved football team.
They're crap.
Yeah, but they're his beloved team.
They're crap. Don't ever start wearing white, mate. It's not flattering for you.
You very rarely see me in white. Let's jump back into the chat room. Big up Phil, cracking job on the seniors. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Afternoon, Scampy. How we doing? Aaron Monk is what I'm interested to see. He hasn't played on the stream today, has he?
No, not yet.
Because you didn't see the setup he was using last week, did you?
No.
He was using a stumpy dart. I don't want to say a Taylor, but that kind of barrel. I don't know exactly which it was, but it was a stumpy dart, quite a long point. The Luke Humphreys extra long stem with what looked like a kite flight.
Mensur.
Yeah. So, no, I'm a Cody crybaby. He's going to finish the story.
Grow up.
Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe. Massively appreciate it. We're doing some great things at the moment. That's all down to you guys. So make sure you do it. Just tap that little like button and subscribe. Phil, I asked Jack earlier what he thoughts of the Taylor Catchwell rematch. I'll tell you what, have you seen the presser kicked off today massively? They genuinely hate each other. Yeah, I had Catchwell winning the first fight comfortably. I think he wins the second one. I think Josh Taylor's overrated. I had him losing to Regis Prograis in the final of the Super Series. Yeah, I think Catchwell does him again. Yeah, Scamp, great time at the tavern, mate. It was superb. How are we doing, Andrew? Hope you are good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't get the hype, mate. I genuinely don't. I thought he lost. I watched the Regis Prograis fight in Germany. There was a few of us watching it, and I thought he lost it. Ryan Searler's won a couple of legs on the spin to go in front against Owen Bates. But look, Owen can take confidence from this. He's averaging nearly 94. A good performance here. And Johnny Clayton beats Mensur Sulovic. Managed to put 6 points on that average. Found a little bit towards the end. Who wins the UK Open? That is an absolute lottery. Because you just don't know who's going to draw each other. But ultimately, as long as they don't lose early when the format's shorter, the bigger guns, as long as they play well, will do well still.
AJ Fury will never happen. Sorry to burst your bubble.
I don't think it'll ever happen either. I think Fury fights Usyk twice and then disappears off into the sunset.
Not even sure we get that.
Because of the clauses in place now, I think we will. Have you seen the Saudi clause?
No.
That if either one of them pull out, they've got to pay a multi-million-pound penalty.
Good.
Aaron Monk 5-1 up, averaging 95 and a bit. Thibaut Tricol 3-2 up on Jermaine Watamena. Ryan Meikle, he was poor last time out and a disappointing year last year, but looks as if he's been putting some work in behind the scenes. Currently beating Martin Schindler 2-0, averaging 98. Sam, we're going to try back to getting guests on the live lines for next week. Obviously, January, nearly all the players are on holiday. And I'm not going to lie, we've all been absolutely manic this week with Premier League seniors and this. So we just haven't had time.
Yeah.
Raymond van Barneveld leads Vincent van der Voort 2-1. I know he's losing, but this is better from Vincent.
Yeah, it looked right in the first round.
Yeah, from what we've seen, this is better.
Martin Lukman 2-1 up.
Yeah. We had Gary as a guest last year. I'm sure if I spoke nicely to him, he'd come on again. But just not right now because he's in Leicester.
Going back to back.
No, I thought the crowd was all right, to be fair. The problem is where the tavern's so small, and the crowd are on top of the stage. Any little noise the players hear, and it may not even be deliberate. It may even just be so much as a chair moving, someone trying to get through, or something like that. Yeah, Daz, we can try.
Yeah, I'll be off for that one.
I still want to see Becky against Rhea. They've kept them apart for so long. I just think it has to happen. Jamie, I did because I did the interview.
The entire world heard about Peter Wright's thoughts on Chris Mason's Premier League selection.
But again, Mason's going off stats, and look, I'm not going to shirk it. I agree with him. I wouldn't have had Peter in.
Me again, Tom, it's just because the crowd are so close. Like, you think a World Championship stage or a PDC stage, there is at least 8 meters between toe in the hockey and the closest fan, right? They got big arena barriers, then you've got a little bit to go on that, and how far set back that stage is. There were literally players there were fans within half a meter of where Scott Mitchell is sat. So whether or not he's had someone to comment just in his ear talking or what, you hear everything. Especially in a venue that was, he played Thursday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Thursday and then Saturday.
Chizzy's manager was supporting Lisa because he also manages Lisa. That line was unreal. Absolutely. Peter pissed off at Mason. Yeah, but look, I'm going to say this generally as well because over the last 18 months, a year to 18 months, there's been a few. Dart players need to learn to accept criticism and people's opinions. It's not a spiteful thing. It's just an opinion based on, a lot of the time, stats. And look, they get the hump. They're entitled to. But they've also got to realise that people, whether that's fans, media, pundits, are entitled to an opinion.
Not bad for a bunch of players that will sit there and tell us they don't pay any attention to social media or interviews or what anybody else is saying.
But they know everything that's been said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simon Whitlock in the last 64. That's not happened for a while.
Keegan Brown and just signing leg.
Oh. What's he throwing at the moment? So, looks like he's gone back to a straight barrel dart. Yeah, Andy Hamilton looks great at the moment.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Barry Van Peer averaging a ton. 4-3 up on Martin Lukeman. Jeffrey Sparadan's having a bit of a mare against Brett Claydon. Someone asked me, will I be watching an Elimination Chamber? Absolutely. Charlie's first Premier League is Brighton. I'm not sure about George.
Charlie's done a few before, just first one this season. Just over the 100 average again. 3-1 up on Dylan Slevin. Barry Van Peer is averaging 100. He's 4-3 up on Martin Lukman. I love saying that. Ryan Meikle is a leg away from bageling the wall.
Big result, potentially. For the Barber, Timo Trico is going all the way to a noble with Jermaine Watamina.
The dude. I'm going to go back to calling Daryl Gurney the dude, you know.
I prefer the dude as well.
Super Chin is such a... I can't even say that word. It's too early in the afternoon. Nah, not for me. Schindler avoids the bagel.
I was chatting to... I don't think where we were, but I was chatting to Super Chin about the nickname, about going back to the dude. And he was like, yeah, I quite like it. He said, but however, he can't because his sister has a Super Chin logo tattoo.
Haley.
He didn't say which one. He said his sister. I don't know which one.
One of them is very, or used to be very vocal on social media.
Yeah. Gob is far less annoying than Phil. Each to their own. Love your work at the scenes this weekend. Enjoyed your content as well. Thank you very much. Van Veen is out.
She can get it covered up. Any Monday, no Monday weddings, but I might sleep through it again. I can't lie.
Yes, Jar. And Timo Trico has won the Noble. He beats Jermaine Watamina 6-5. Martin Schindler has another one back against Meikle. Barry Van Peer has beaten, sadly, Martin Lukman.
I don't have a burner YouTube account, but I definitely need one. And also, that comment was in there twice from two different people, and I'm not that quick. So, you know. Just also, Mr. Eaton, as somebody who has covered multiple events with you over consecutive days, if anybody is intense or annoying to be around, it's you, sir. I love you, mate.
Cheers, Jay. Thank you very much.
No double trouble winner at MODUS this week will not qualify for Champions Week. This is just a standalone, one-off exhibition week, shall we call it?
I was amazed that none of the players forgot it was double trouble week as well, and they actually all went for a double when they needed to.
You know what's going to happen this week, don't you?
Go on.
Robert Thornton's going to win it.
Oh, clearly, yeah.
Because the man has made 10, 11 Saturday night and never won one. Right? So now he's rocked up to one that doesn't qualify him for a Champions Week. And he's going to win it. And it's not going to get him anywhere.
But once he's won one, he may then go on.
Yeah. But it's going to be this week. Watch. And it'll be hit on tops, obviously. Like prime. Talking of prime, Meikle 6-2 win over Martin Schindler, 101 average.
Tiny from the Barber.
Mm.
Vincent van der Voort is in front against Barney. Is the Dutch destroyer?
No.
Vincent van der Voort. Afternoon, PB had a conversation with Prime Time. Oh, look, Matt's a great lad.
He was in early. He was looking for you. Dimitri Vandenberg beats Ian White 60. We haven't spoken an awful lot about Dimmy. He started off brightly last weekend, didn't he? Say weekend. Yeah. Pro Tours are midweeks now. The first block took some big scalps. Steve Brown wasn't at the scenes this weekend, yeah, but you also forget groups B and C. Darryl Pilgrim will be down there later in the week. Colin Osborne the same.
Yeah, I don't want to get caught in groups B or C. I want to get the job done in Group A.
Yeah.
Josh Rock, Callum Ridds coming next on stream board number 2.
Ding!
Save the pheasants. Who's MVG got next? Good question.
Coming up next, another game of darts. Barry Vampire. And it looks like they're going to hop to 32 to start at the same time, maybe? No?
They did that last week, sorry.
They can move streaming boards around again.
Yeah.
Afternoon at Eldale. Yeah, a few. We lost Dave Chisnell in round 1. Stephen Bunting has gone as well. Christopher Tysky, Brendan Dolan, and Rob Cross and Nathan Aspinall all falling in the first round. Second round, we've lost Gerwin Price, Ricardo Petresco, Martin Schindler, Gian Van Veen, Jose de Souza, Mike de Decker. So the short answer is yes.
Raymond van Barneveld has won 2 on the spin to deny Vincent van der Voort. 99 average from Barney, 96.
Yes, more alarms. Yes. Can you take caps off? It sounds like you're shouting, bro. Price lost 6-3 to Steve Lennon. Johnny Arme. Johnny Arme.
Gary Anderson is 2 wins away from going top of the Pro Tour order of merit on the race for the match play. We're looking at it. Look, we all love the match play, but potentially you could have Gary Anderson and Luke Littler in the non-seeded section. That's brutal.
The second one's got to get there first.
I said could. And I think he does.
Well, there's a fair few before the match play cut off yet, surely.
Yeah, oh yeah, still loads. Dylan Slevin has leveled it up with Chris Dobie.
Could Luke get his ticket today? I mean, he could win it. Wouldn't necessarily put him straight in, though. It would put him in the race, but it wouldn't. Secure it.
Wouldn't secure him, but it would go a long way to helping.
Yeah. Do we think he still ends up there from that position? Yes.
Yeah.
Is he assured of it if he doesn't play another event or doesn't win another game? No. Very much looking forward to the UK Open, Curtis. Are you going, or are you just watching as a fan from home? In fact, in the chat room, hands up if you are coming to the UK Open. The madness in mine head.
Nah.
Ice cold! All right. No, we're not going down the outcast route. But Darren Beveridge has beaten Matt Dennett 6-3. I know I'd get Mr. Simpson to pipe up. Afternoon, Liam. Hope you well.
How are you doing?
Kieran's coming to Minehead.
Luke Woodhouse levels it up against Maravan and Bohada. 5 apiece. That one's into a no. Will Doe be back in front?
Fair few of you in Minehead. Fair few of us in Minehead. Myself, Bars, Boyce, Dan, Cam. Anyone else? Jar. We haven't sorted anything yet. That's my next port of call. Jeffrey Sparadans beats Brett Claydon 6-3.
Gary Anderson, Jim Williams on stream board number 1 warming up.
How many players are there in the UK Open?
Is it 148 or 156?
152?
Somewhere in between.
No, is it 160? It's 128 tour card holders, 8 dev, 8 challenge, 16 qualifiers. $160. Dobie beats Dylan Slevin 6-4. Didn't stay up around that 100 mark like he was at. Dropped to an 89 actually. Gary Anderson returns to a streaming board where he'll take on Jim Williams, who was also previously on a streaming board. We'll see Josh Rock beat Alan Ridds on streaming board 2.
Now they don't care if you've been on a streaming board. They just put you on. It's great.
Luke Woodhouse is out, beaten by Mario van der Bohada in a deciding leg.
I believe they are streaming all the outside boards like they did last year. That was a great success.
Yes. Well, it was 10 minutes after it started. Took them a few minutes to get the resolutions right. They had everything set, press go, and suddenly every image was squared off and didn't work properly.
Yeah, but look, overall it was good.
£20 on Gilding to win the UK Open without losing a game. But if he loses a game, he doesn't win the UK Open. There's no group stage. There's no second chance. I saw Tom Lonsdale has qualified. I'm going to go and support him at some point. Been good to see him down in the Super Series. Kevin Burness got over the line at the weekend as well.
Yeah.
After losing in a final on Saturday, he did a Leonard Gates. He lost in a final on Saturday and qualified on the Sunday. So 2 very long days. The other winner this weekend was Thomas Lovely, I believe.
Nice. Peter Wright, Thibaut Treacle. It's an opportunity here for Peter to play himself back into form. Interesting. Dark Connect's having a little wobble because Michael Van Gogh is 0-0 with Richard Vinstra. Pretty sure I saw that one on Streamboard 1.
The Gremlins are back.
Still, nothing will beat when the players had to mark on the iPads. Was hilarious.
We'll have to do that now with the seniors, don't I? And they're even worse than the pros. UK Opens on ITV, yes. Will we be streaming? The answer is we don't know at the moment. Obviously, we do normally, but we may be in a position where too many of us have booked without telling the others that we've booked. So we're working on it. They have in the past, Sam. Obviously, Fallon has qualified through, O'Reilly's qualified before. I'm not sure if any other players have made trips anywhere else, but I'll be honest, the fact that some of the qualifiers have used darts or windows has been a bit of a joke, and others haven't used anything. So,
yeah. Look, the whole Riley structure just needs to be looked at. Leighton Bennett, Aaron Monk is underway. Nice little run from Stephen Lennon so far. Plays Dimitri Vandenberg next. MVG Barry Van Peer underway. Yeah, I'd like to see a darts version of the shootout. Simon Whitlock has beaten Andrew Gilding 6-4.
It's a big win for the Wizard.
Yeah.
The last time we saw him in the third round.
Phil, you think evening needs to be looked at? Doesn't make sense. Don't know what you mean, mate.
I think that's meant to say everything. You said Riley's needs to be looked at.
It's just there's no structure to it. There's no way of tracking results. Some of the Rileys genuinely aren't fit for purpose.
Who's the fourth qualifier this weekend? I know Thomas Lovely, Kevin Burness, and Tom Lonsdale. Who was the other? I have this written down somewhere. Brandon Weston was the fourth.
Royal Rumble Modus edition. I would be a massive fan of that.
Apparently, every man and his dog in the world just want 8-man events that are exhibitions anyway. Too soon? Too much?
Talking of Minehead wristbands, how often do they get fucking moved? Scampy, if they've got room, as in if you buy an apartment for 4, there will be 4 wristbands.
You absolute correct.
Right, Michael, quick turnaround for him. He's 1 up against Richie Edhouse. Gob, you may need to go back to back on the alarms, lad.
I'll press some buttons then. As you wish.
Back to back alarms. Austin may be at WrestleMania. Steve Lennon 2-0 up on Dimitri Vandenberg, averaging just shy of 110. Big time for Dimitri here as well. Let me just press this button just to see, because it tells me where they drop in. Where does he drop?
Can Barney and Luke meet? Good question, because then they'd have to play 2 alarms.
Job, looking at the main order of merit right now, Dimitri Vandenberg's in a little bit of bother here. So I'm just looking at it. He's 2-0 down to Steve Lennon currently. I'm on the race for the match play one, by the way, as well. Ross Smith could jump him today. There's only just under a couple of grand between them. And that would put him 16th. That would put him on the cusp. Now,
what you want the match?
Yeah.
Because on the actual order of merit, he's a bit more comfortable than that. He's 20 grand clear of Ross. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the race for the match play one.
Yes.
Now, with all the Euro tours and that coming up, Bunting could easily catch him the way Stephen's playing. And he's not in the other... I've just checked. And he doesn't drop into the 16 the other side either.
Yeah, start playing
precarious. I love the fact that Gary's using the old school back end to his dart as well, with the blue and white stem with the old school flight.
The what?
I'm loving that Gary's using his old school back end to his start, where he's got the. Raymond van Barneveld 2-0 up on William O'Connor. Dimitri has levelled it up with Steve Lennon. MVG 3-1 up on Barry Van Peer. Peter Wright 2-0 up on Thibaut Tricol. Leighton Bennett 4-0 up on Aaron Monk. Aaron's gone from averaging nearly a ton to 79.
Welcome back.
See, Hodgson's just left Palace.
Not surprising. Leighton Bennett's flying. Gando 2-0 up. Devon Diamond a 12 dark legs open against Chris Dobie. It's a 14 for Littler to open against Dukes. Ed House 2 for Meikle.
Dirk speaking in Den Bosch that he said, look, the injury is getting better. It's still going to take time, but it is healing. Are we just seeing signs of that?
Even though he just found a way to live with it and play through it.
Yeah. Yeah, the rock promos are always good. But Steph's was better on Monday Night Raw last week. Jim Williams has a leg back against Gary Anderson. Gary did miss a dart tops for 3-0. Danny Noppert playing himself back into some form. Again, the three's not quite been at his best recently. How are we doing, Paul? Hope you're good, mate. That's an old game. He's already won that one. He's playing right now. He's 3-2 up on Barry Van Peer. Luke Littler 2-0 up on Kevin Dukes. Gary Anderson restores that two-leg cushion, currently averaging 111.
Bang tidy. Ding!
Richie Ed has 3-2 up on Ryan Meikle. Meikle not quite producing the same standard that we saw earlier.
Gary Anderson completed darts. Like, 111s aren't normal.
He's making them look normal, though, this is the thing.
It's mental.
I genuinely think he wins a TV tournament this year.
Oh, he has to. He has to. And if not, get yourself over to the seniors and earn yourself a nice 50 grand next year.
They'd all have the right ump if he came over.
Yeah, they'd be brilliant for us.
Oh, yeah, but some of them moan now about silly little things. If he rocked over, they would go off their nut.
You're telling me.
Johnny Clayton 2-1 up on Jeffrey Sparrans. Callum Ridds averaging a ton, 3-0 up on Josh Rock.
I'd love Gary to win the UK Open, but it's not a case of too many games over too many days. He hates the venue, despite it being the closest to him of all the ones that he can go and play in. And at some point, well, there's no at some point about it. He's going to end up on stage 4 or something at some point, or Reds, and he's going to not like it.
Yeah. Because, again, there are players that do get the ump and they're not on the main stage.
If you think any of Luke Littler's games are going to be anywhere else but the main stage, you're very much mistaken as well.
Yeah.
More for a safety concern than anything else. None of the other venues can hold as many people that are going to go and attempt to try and watch his game.
Steve Lennon's 1 away from beating Dimitri van den Berg. How we doing, Rob? So dip out for an hour or two. Have I missed much? No, it's been some damn good darts. Although it won't matter, Gary leaving 165. He knows better than that.
He doesn't know, does he?
All right, he should know better than that.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Dirk Van Dyvenbode was 4-0 up on Chris Dobie. This is consistency again from Dirk. Leighton Bennett has smashed Aaron Monk 6-1.
Quite the opposite, Coco. My head is incredibly clear.
By the way, when Murph said this, I did love it, God. What do you reckon?
I'm glad I took my headphones out.
Steve Lennon beats Dimitri van den Berg 6-3.
Yeah, the drive isn't great, but it's all right. Dan's doing that for me.
Like, you're going on his insurance.
for the Minehead to Exeter to Minehead, not Nottingham to Exeter. Don't be silly. Although the motorway bit probably is the easier bit.
Yeah. Good to see Callum Ridds in this headspace right now, averaging a ton, 5-1 up on Josh Rock.
Not gonna lie, mate. If you've been revving your engine for fucking 3.5 minutes and you still haven't managed to jumpstart the other car, probably not a battery issue, is it? Or you've got the leads in the wrong place.
I say, or you've got the leads around the wrong way. Peter Wright 5-2 up now on Timo Trico in the last 32.
Leighton Bennett is getting massive gaps between his games where just battering people and sitting around for ages.
Yeah.
It's just long, Kevin, because if you get stuck behind anything, it doesn't move anywhere, right? That's the issue with the drive. One, the drive from Exeter to Minehead is different than the drive all the way to Minehead off a motorway. And two, that last bit on the single carriageway, you get stuck behind anything.
It is a horrific drive.
I had a lovely one back today. Didn't even touch the M1.
Did you not?
No. Went M25, M11, A1, up A52.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was. A lot of it was dual carriageway, which means you get stuck behind stupid crap. But the A1M, 4 lanes, there's nobody on it. It's glorious. Bridgewater. No thanks. My ex lives there.
Michael Smith has beaten Darren Beveridge 6-4.
You can pick Tom Lonsdale up on the way, though. He lives in Bridgewater. Imagine qualified for the UK Open. It's literally like half an hour from your house.
MBG seals a 6-4 win over Barry Van Peer, averaging 98. He's been steady today, Michael. 95, 96, 98. Getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Dirk Van Dyvenbode is 5-1 up on Chris Dobie. Yes, Peter, he beat Vince already. That's a malfunction. Gary Anderson with a 6-3 win, averaging 109, Gob, like you do.
I can't lie. There's not very often I've averaged 109 in one leg, let alone in a match over 11 legs. So, yeah.
Luke Littler beats Kevin Doots.
Good timing. Because that game has just started.
Luke Littler is now only 10 places outside the match play spots, Gob.
Yeah, that number's just going to keep getting smaller, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll tell you who's close to the match play that we've not spoken about, that has quietly gone about his business, is Cammy.
Playing some really nice darts. The biggest problem Cammy has and is always going to have is Cammy.
Yeah. Josh Rock is back within one of Callum Ridds here. Danny Noppert has beaten Neil Zonnevad, and Thibaut Tricol is also back within one of Peter Wright.
Allez, le bleu!
Oh, how did Michele Toretta get on today? Because he was brilliant last week.
Someone didn't read the entries. He didn't even play, pal.
No, I didn't read I hadn't read the entries because I was at the tavern.
It's not even here.
Oh, that's a shame.
So he hasn't lost.
Whoa! Kevin, he didn't play in the streamed events. He only played in things like the
Mixed
triples and mixed triples and quads because they weren't. It was only the singles events that were streamed. He didn't play in them.
Correct. Thanks, Helen.
Thanks, Helen.
I tell you what, there is a wicked photo of Lisa Ashton from the weekend where she's celebrating, but it's just like with one finger up, so it looked like she's calling somebody out in cricket, and I'm just going to use it all the time.
Oh, what there?
Bang, bang, bang. Results. Peter Wright does beat Tricol. Jeffrey Sparadans does a job on Johnny Clayton. Steve Lennon is through. Richie Edhouse is through. Right, the theme tune. Sing the theme tune.
Ryan South 3-1 up on Simon Whitlock. Callum Ridge does beat Josh Rock. Nice little run here from the Riot.
Is it next week? Is this the last Pro Tour before the UK Open?
Yeah.
The draw will be next week then, won't it? For the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, probably.
Where's LL on the order of merit then? Because if he jumps a bit more, does he not then?
It's the main order of merit it's done off, isn't it?
He's 30th. So he already enters what? Round 4?
4, yeah. Top 32 coming round 4, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Searle will go close to a TV event this year. Damon Hetton 5-2 up on Mario Van den Bohada.
It's me, Mario.
Mario.
Halloween.
I'm going to be slightly critical of Darts Connected. You see that massive, great big Pro Tour banner in the middle there, Gob?
Yeah.
I fully understand why they've rushed it and put Luke on there. I fully get that. But if you're going to make a new one and put Luke on there, at least put new pictures of Michael and Michael on there with their right shirts.
Yeah.
Smithy hasn't been with Unicorn now for 9 months.
At least.
Yeah. Just little details like that. Helen, no, I didn't. I am still going strong. There was no monster in sight. How are we doing, Jack? Hope you are good. Simon Whitlock has rattled off a couple of legs and he's down 3-all. We're Ryan Searle. Oh, I'm not going to lie, Paul. We had a couple of Gregs while we were there. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Ryan Searle will have a good year. I said it last week and I stand by it. Problem is, though, Glenn, winning TV tournaments in January is not a good thing. Because of that recency bias that people forget what happened in the beginning of the year. Who has Littler got next? Let's have a look who Luke has.
Dirk.
So, should be a nice little game.
Bennett versus Peter Wright. Jeffrey Sparadans against Gary Anderson. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Luke Littler. Callum Ridds will play Daryl Gurney, most likely, who leads Ross Smith for 1. Steve Lennon will take on Richie Edhouse. Michael Van Gerwen against Michael Smith. Heta could get an All-Australian battle there. Heta leads Van den Bohard 5-3 and Whitlock leads Searle 4-3. And then Barney versus Noppy. The double alarm final.
Could you imagine? Yeah, Ben, Dirk's injury it's on the mend. Look, it's not fixed or anything like that, but it is getting better. Damon Heta seals victory. Is there any other examples of a player who starts in Jam with 0 qualifies? Duzza did it, didn't he?
No, Mernon.
Duzza did it as well. Yeah, Hubbard as well. Bunting.
4 streaming games for the next round. Van Gogh and Michael Smith on 1. Sparadans Anderson on 2. Anderson's on his 3rd streaming game of the day already, and he's only played 3. Bennett, Peter Wright on 3, and Van Barneveld, Danny Noppert on 4.
Yeah, but Glenn, the difference was Johnny's Masters crown had a Premier League place attached to it. Stevens hasn't.
Yes.
That's the difference. Prediction for the next Premier League debutant. Oh, if he can get back to some sort of form, Dirk. Searle back in front against Whitlock.
50p is bigger than my OnlyFans income.
Your OnlyFans not going well at the moment.
There's only so much work as a Stavros Flatley impersonator. One can get.
Oh.
Good job, I'm funny, eh?
Yeah, I still genuinely hope Dirk will never play in the Premier League. At some point, he will play in the Premier League. If he hadn't got injured halfway through the year, I think he was in with a massive chance this year. Before he got injured, he was one of the most informed players I've ever seen. Hitting 180s for fun, massive averages. Like that, Jack. Dirk is overrated. Not sure on that one. Daryl Gurney on the cusp of beating Ross Smith here. The injury was out of the blue.
Just breaks.
Daniel, he wasn't one. He was the biggest 180 hitter in the world. Yeah, I'm hoping this is the last year of the Premier League and its current guys.
I'm hoping it's dead forever. Vomit.
3 years has been enough.
Well, the excuse for the last 2 years when we haven't liked it is the format and the league as a concept is always evolving. If they then don't evolve it, you've been sold an absolute load of horse shit.
Look, I get it, and I know we disagree over this, but the fan in the venue does like this format. The fan at home hates it. That's the problem.
Disagree. I just like the cowshed. I'm going for the architecture.
Worst Premier League venue.
Don't go then. You can stay at home and stream the UK Open like we normally do, and we're all going to do your job.
There's no way you're getting let in the press room in the state you lot are going to be in.
Some of us can handle our alcohol. Thank you very much. Cam, on the other hand, is going to be lucky if he makes it to lunchtime. So, yeah.
Not 180 hitters, Bob, but the Dutch market is still huge. Like, massive.
I'm a cider drinker, mate. No Cruz Campos for me. But no. Never been in a fight in my life.
He couldn't knock the skin off a rice pudding.
Yeah, you tell him double trouble.
It's freezing cold. The internet's shit. There's two for a start.
Sound like you're going to have a lot more then, and then you realise you have to think.
No, I'm reading an email at the same time.
Yeah, selfish reasons, Jack. 100%.
Yeah, completely. I'm there to work.
Big Robbo winning this weekend was good. Hopefully we see him back at the seniors. He did make the trip down to Reading a few times last year, but we haven't seen him since. So we'll start with this one, I think. And now this one. The alarms are back. I don't think we've ever had both alarms. Well, we've only had these alarms for the 2 Pro Tours so far, but 2 alarms still going in the last 16. What a majestic story, in the words of Professor Brian Cox. Yeah, 900 people in the house. Make sure you do drop us a like and hit that subscribe button if you are enjoying the Pro Tour live stream from us here at Online Darts. And if you want to get involved in the chat room, make sure you guys are subscribing as well. Yeah, the Luke the Nuke alarm is Just to warm up to the Barney lamp, of course. Is Dirk and Luke being streamed? Good question. No.
Streamboard 1 is MVG Michael Smith. Nothing on Streamboard 2 yet. Leighton Bennett, Peter Wright on Streamboard 3, and Barney Noppy on 4. Yeah, if they can get the arena in Bristol sorted, they will go there. Oh, it's Gary against Sporadans. They're just literally just putting Gary on every opportunity now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good. I'm all for it.
I've only just noticed that, but I can't not notice that.
Notice what?
The stream boards are out of sync. Look at Wright versus Bennett. Nobody's throwing that quick.
Oh.
It's not even out of his hand yet. And it's already in the board. Leighton Bennett's on stream right now.
Yeah.
What was streaming earlier? Maybe it was just right earlier.
No, mine was the same. It was so far out. It was in there.
How much bigger is the arena in Bristol compared to Exeter? No idea. Is it even finished yet? Have they even started it yet?
I'll have a look.
Behave, Alfredo. $180. I wasn't here for the fuck, was I? So
I know he's playing well and winning games at the moment, but I don't like Leighton Bennett's action anymore. It's what it used to be.
It's a bit Janssen, isn't it? /
Yeah.
Also, have they got the zooms on these cameras the wrong way around, right? The board should be closer. We don't need to see this around.
Depends what cameras they're using.
We just don't need to see the surround, do we? Cut that, and the things on the outer edges of that should be the numbers 20, 11, 6, and 3. Why am I seeing this around? I don't give a shit. Everyone knows it's PDC. It's got Wimar branding on there anyway, and it's got PDC logos on the board. And they've got one set spot on the player camera, and Barney stands too far to the right for it. Yeah, that Charlie's last ever non-televised event was the World Senior just gone. That's why I did the final bit of the final.
Yeah.
He replaced Ross Bray in the rotation. Much like the player's contract, Charlie is now only allowed to referee on TV for the PDC.
Correct. Michael Smith and MBG having a bit of a mare on Streamboard 1. It's not a
Please
great...
come up 13. Please come up 13. Oh, boo. What do you mean you both? What are you going on about? Don't tarnish us both with the same brush here. Phil and I work for different organisations at the weekend just gone.
What was the question? What was the question, Gob?
It's not a question. He says we did Lisa Ashton dirty with a thumbnail to the video. I haven't done that in a long time. What did you do?
Didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, she's not pulling a good face. To be fair, you have done it dirty.
Yeah, that's just the random one that YouTube picks for you.
Yeah. Look at it. Oh no, change that. Poor woman.
Gary Anderson cruising at 3-0.
Shock. Garrison's cruising all the time.
No, when's his ranking going to rocket? Because he's not defending fuck all, is he?
Nope. Only rockets are a biggie, though, isn't it? It's very specific, Alfredo.
This year he's defending 71 grand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that guy and call you all out, but that's a bad ratio. Come on now, press that button.
Yeah, just give it a little tap and subscribe as well while you're there.
Just tap it in.
Tap, 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 tap. Peter Wright averaging a ton, 4-0 up on Leighton Bennett.
Carry's average drops, but his leg score goes up 4-0 to the not so flying right now Scotsman, but he's in the lead.
Yeah, he's just broke in. Let me see what dart he is. Just broke in 20 darts.
It's good, yeah. Why is Gurney taking forever today? Come on, man. Peter Wright, Gary Anderson, quarterfinal.
That was the same last week when Gary went on to win the title.
It's a no dude. A health warning. Thanks. Yeah, I might blow your hearing up, but that's about it. Must be the balance point, Rob, or the back end of it.
Yeah, I know he's never going to go against it because he's getting paid an absolute truckload of money, but I don't think they're right. Gary Anderson 5-0 to the good.
It's always good. We don't see darts at the board. Van Gogh is playing Smith. It's currently 2-1.
This is quite comical as well. So, MVG was on 79. Big 19. He's gone for a big 20. Missed a big number. Hit the 1. You know when you try and just throw a dart in disgust, Gob? Because you've missed a big number. He's at the 57 to leave double 1. Michael Smith just then missed 3 darts at tops. MVG pins double 1. And the pair have a chuckle afterwards.
Do you remember to win the first set against Brendan Dolan a few years ago at the World Championships? Kyle Anderson was 2-0 up against him. Peg back to 2 apiece. Dolan leaves like 36, I think it is, or 32 or something. Kyle's on 60, drags it in the big 1, switches down to the 19 and hits the treble, and then it's double 1 to win the set and ends up winning the game 3-0.
Yeah.
So MVG is on PDC TV, whereas Littler and Dirk isn't. So, nah. I know we brought it up a little bit earlier, but it just makes sense at this stage.
Yeah.
And I press the buttons. So unlucky.
Michael may miss. Michael may miss. MVG has broken Michael Smith. Is there a worry, Gob? This reminds me a bit of a few years ago when the field started to let MVG win again and get confidence. And I feel that's a little bit the same here. He's won back-to-back weeks in the Prem. He's getting away with it here. He's maybe getting allowed to get confidence again.
No, because I'm just not sure he's as feared as he once was. Doesn't matter. He's still playing well. He's still picking up wins. Don't get me wrong, but I still think everyone backs him to go and beat him. I still think his action is massively different to what it was, and I still think if you put him under pressure, he misses doubles, and he never used to do that. He is human.
I know he is, and I'm not saying he's not, but I still think there is that. I'm not saying it's as big, but I still think that fear factor is there because they all say if Michael plays well, Michael wins, and they all still say it. They all still say he's the best if he plays well.
I'm not sure they believe that anymore. I think that's just pandering to him so he doesn't start kicking off. If Phil Taylor starts playing like he did 10 years ago, wins every event on the seniors, but it's a huge if. It's not happening.
It's a little bit good. Michael Smith's just taken out 157. Couldn't finish his dinner in the last leg and then pings that.
Beautiful. Get the 4-2 up. Ryan So going about his business nicely. 4-2 up on Damon Heta. So I'll pull it back against Whitlock then.
He did. Steve Lennon is a leg away from a quarter-final. Jade, not for me, no.
Morning, Anthony. Hope you're well, buddy.
Morning, buddy. Hope you are good, mate. Good to have you in. How are we doing, Neil? Hope you are good.
Thank you very much. Long seniors weekend, but thank you very much.
We've had 1-9 data today, Chris. Ryan Meikle.
I guess it depends in what fashion Peter Wright goes and wins another one if he does. Because I suspect it won't just be a run out of nowhere from 17th seed, rocks up for one good tournament, and then never see him again. So if it comes with a bit more, then potentially, I mean, look, Gary was 3-time finals in a row. Like his run there was ridiculous. But if you compare trophy cabinets, there isn't a great deal of difference between them.
For me, Gary's third on my all-time greatest list. Anthony, he's done a few last year as well. He's been doing them here and there. Maybe not getting as much work with Sky as he'd potentially like at the moment as well. So he's keeping his hand in, but he done some last year as well.
No comment.
I'm just saying that potentially.
Yeah. No one beat Anderson. Still in, DL.
Yeah.
He takes on Peter Wright in the quarterfinals. Good to see you, Sam. Lovely to meet you, pal.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. Good stuff. It's third on my list, chart. Night 4 is in Newcastle. We're off to the Toon.
You're entitled to your incorrect opinion, good sir.
So, yeah, I shall be heading to Newcastle on Wednesday. Danny Noppert beats Raymond van Barneveld. Noppy into the quarterfinals.
If the Northeast is so great, you're more than welcome to stay there.
What's that?
Just the fact you're going to Newcastle next week, so you're more than welcome to stay up there.
I love Newcastle. One of the best cities in the world.
Silly boy. When is Nottingham? Nottingham. Exeter? Bloody hell, is that next week? Brighton. Nottingham, week 7 is the 14th of March. Good planning, me. Not.
Oh, you're in Portsmouth, aren't you?
I am now, yeah. Great success.
Lucky. Ryan Searle beats Damon Hetta. And MVG beats Michael Smith. 2 results in quick succession.
Where are you then, lovely lads? You like Sneinton area? Or you're in the city?
Hayden, yeah, we said that earlier. We saw that he'd gone. Oh, bully boy, there's a fine coming. They're sharing a laugh and a joke. You know when you turn to the screen, bully boy. Well, that was a load of shit on the MVG. Yep.
Oh dear. I think Garen Price should pick a song and stick with it. He's on the comeback here, by the way. He's been up on screen, but we've barely mentioned the fact that Luke Littler is. He was a dart away, but he's not anymore. A leg away from a quarterfinal once again. There isn't really any qualifying criteria for Champion of Champions. It's invitational, aside from the one qualifying spot that normally exists, and now they've decided to put two in. Who sang Cold as Ice? Was that Foreigner?
Maybe.
Steve Lennon beats Richie Adele 6-4. Daryl Gurney, despite starting after everybody, is 5-0 up, so he might finish before Littler and Van Dyvenbode. Who sang Cold as Ice? It is. Oh, I'm good. Good maths. Good maths thing. I don't know what he's done to do that, but good maths.
I think Dan's one of the best darts broadcasters in the business.
Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree here, mate.
Yeah, Dan is absolutely exceptional.
No, Gurney won't win before Luke does.
Oh, that's a little bit good, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't even consider that way. Bridgeford, lovely. Cricket tickets are out. They've just sold out a load of 15 quid tickets. Now they're 20 quid for the T20. If you buy on a day, it goes up to 29 quid. I'm like, nah, I'm all right then.
That was a little bit special from Luke. 164, 145. Cheersies. That will do. That was a little bit good. Stream board 1. Peter Wright, Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson not been on the stream board today.
Yeah, second round.
Yeah, Guy Lloyd, he's good.
Dawson is. There's nobody as versatile as Dan Dawson in what he does, or as knowledgeable, and that helps. That's what I want as a commentator, as a pundit, somebody who can change it up. Dan Dawson could go and commentate on BBC tomorrow to a completely new audience. There are many ways to take out 145. You can go treble 20, treble 15 tops. You can go treble 20, treble 19, double 14. You can go treble 19, treble 16 tops. You can go treble 15 ball. Dan Dawson also commentates on chase tag, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is basically parkour tag. It's brilliant. Right to a big fish. Not with a big fish, with a champagne shot. Pop, pop. Yeah, Anthony, you've miscounted there, pal. That'll be double 17.
Yeah.
There are a few more using ball first out on 150, and I think some commentators or people watching are getting a little bit overexcited for it. But I don't think players are using it with the intention of hitting 3. They're using it with the intention of hitting 1 and then going treble 20 tops and using it as a 1-3-5 shot.
Possibly. But
I know the margin for error is smaller. And personally, I'd go 19s, 2 trebles for double 18. I guess people prefer that route to throwing at 20s and pinging double 15 or having to switch and ended up on 18s.
But also, once the ego takes over, especially if you hit one in the top of the bed, the showman would take over, and I'd go for another one.
That's why you're sat there. Ridge is fighting back.
Yeah. 1 week ago, someone's a complete disaster. No one don't stop believing. Every time I hear "Don't Stop Believing," I just think of Steve West.
Which is mad that he's not walking up to Tina Turner.
Genuine question, though. If you're Gezi, what would you walk onto?
But no, I'll just take the piss, I think. Doesn't strike me as overly patriotic. But there is the Tom Jones connection somewhere. They're not allowed to play Delilah anymore, though, are they? Cold as ice is alright. I'm just not sure it gets anybody going.
I'd go something I know works, and I'd go something like the "Hey Baby."
You can't be copying the legend that is Tony O.
Yeah, but he never played PDC darts, did he? So it's not got an affinity to the PDC.
Neither, but I used it once. What a boy. Nelly. Are we allowed to talk about Nelly? It's Nelly we can talk about, isn't it? It's one that rhymes with Nelly we're not allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. 5-4. Callum Ridds. What's going on? Breakfast. Do you think the PDC would allow somebody else to walk out to the power?
No. No, I don't.
But they've allowed the copying of nicknames elsewhere.
Yeah, I just don't think that
and other songs in the past.
Oh, I agree that they have, but I don't think that they'd allow that one.
I mean, they had 2 Prince of Wales on tour at the same time last year. They had 2 Kings. Not sure there's a lot they can do.
Yeah, ultimately, the broadcaster has overall say on a walk-on song.
You say Eye of the Tiger, but Dennis Harvey used Eye of the Tiger.
So did Wayne Warren.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they'd ever allow You'll Never Walk Alone, you know.
Not allowed. Stephen Bunting wanted to walk onto that at Liverpool Premier League when he was a contender, and he wasn't allowed.
Because it's a football song, but Chris Dobie's allowed flags.
But it's connected to, there's also 2 clubs in Liverpool. And it is connected to 1. for the same reason Mensur Suljovic was not allowed to walk out to simply the best in Glasgow, Aberdeen or Belfast. Which I'm surprised that Josh Rock's allowed to walk out to his song.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toby, Euro Tour's different. I'm not sure what's happened to Wayne Warren. I haven't seen him play for ages.
So no, but if I'm Neil Duff, I'm very, very thankful for Wayne Warren.
Yeah, Helen, again, that's another one that I'm surprised that was allowed to be. Don't get me wrong, for me, that was the best one-off walk-on I've ever heard live, but I'm surprised it was allowed.
How do you find live chat? You've literally just asked that question in the live chat. Am I missing something?
You're in the live chat, Amanda. Good to have you in.
Am I missing something? Right. You know when I muted earlier?
Yeah.
Did you see it? I was listening to a voice note from somebody who worked with us over the weekend.
Yeah.
Who had stayed to help with the pack down, has left, driven home, gets an hour away, and gets a phone call from somebody still at the tavern going, "Oi, mate, you've just gone off with the van keys." Who's then had to turn around and drive an hour back to the tavern. At which point, he gets clocked for speeding. And finally got home at 3:45 this morning.
Oh my, what a comeback from Callum Ridds. He's done it. Callum Ridds completes the comeback.
I didn't realise it was that close, but I was going to talk about the darts first, but yeah, what a day.
Jar, I get that from a in-stadium point of view, but I'm surprised it's allowed on a broadcast. James, I was there the night that happened, and that was done by mistake. He wasn't meant to walk onto it. The usual sound guy was off, and the guy that was standing in loaded it in by mistake. He was meant to walk on to Life is Life like he did in Glasgow. They played the wrong one because he got absolute pelters. That I still remember to this day. Mensah stood at the top of the walk-on, laughing, smiling like he does. The beat for simply the best hits, and he gets absolute pelters, and he doesn't know, because obviously he doesn't understand the reference. He's like, "What's going on?" Like, don't get me wrong, Zombie being there in Dublin that night, that was incredible, spine-tingling moment. That's what we're talking about, Connor. That I'm surprised it was allowed.
Great tune, though.
Yeah, oh, incredible.
There's like a rocky version of it. I can't remember who sings it. Roger actually told me about it when we were at the lakeside. I can't remember where it is. Have I still got it?
I think I might be wrong. I think Mensah used simply the best in Dublin. I think it was just Belfast, Glasgow, and Aberdeen he couldn't use it. Kevin, go and listen to the words.
Yes. There's a Bad Wolves version, which is very good. Although the Cranberries will see, unbelievable. Do I think Liverpool win the league? Yes, I do. I've been saying it since October, although bad weekend for injuries once again. But yes. And when they do, I'll be celebrating. Where should I go? I might go to boxing, not actually. I've not been there yet. Yeah, Bad Wolves version is good. Yeah, I've not been to box yet. My brother has.
Little Callum Ridds on stream board 2.
Bugger off, Nows. Tottenham are not still in the title race. Like Villa were never in one. Villa aren't even in the race, pal. Quarter-final then. Peter Wright, Gary Anderson, Luke Littler against Callan Ridd. Steve Lennon takes on Michael Van Gogh and Ryan Searle against Dan But Ryan Searle's not about to make another final, is he? Surely.
He's had some start to the season, isn't he? Some boy.
Yeah. Gary versus Searle final again? Anyone? Bueller? How many obscure film references have I chucked into this stream already today? Absolutely mad. Do you think Wright wins a title? No. Might look very silly in about an hour's time, but no. Jonathan, put the alcohol down. Now I know you're fishing, pal. Gando, Littler, Van Gerwen, Searle last 4. Fancies a piece of that.
That wouldn't be bad, would it?
It would be tidy. Not very diverse, but tidy.
Yeah.
Wright on 1, Wright and Anderson on 1, Littler Ridds on 2. Presumably it's going to be a straightforward order. Van Gerwen, Lennon should be on 3 and Searle on 4. Unless Searle's just come off 4 and they might swap it around. But the 2-time back-to-back champion of the Pro Tour. It's Phil. The power. Taylor. I love the way Paul Hinks says Phil Taylor.
Phil Taylor. Thank you.
I don't care who wins the Champions League. We're going to win the League Cup this weekend, the League, the Europa, and the FA. Job done. Up the quad.
No, Humphreys didn't play today.
Again, Wednesday Euros. No. Ooh. No, I'm on Super Series. In French, Jar, I believe that call that a niblet. Hey, Daza, how we doing? Love the darts. Come on, man. You sounding like one of the Helliwell brothers now. Not in your forest out doing anything. I think it's amazing what happens when Man United play players that want to be there, that aren't little prima donnas. Kobe Mainoo looks solid. The young strikers have finally found some goals. Like they always, if you give a striker long enough, they're going to score goals in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Apart from Timo Werner, he's crap.
Oh, I think he'll be all right.
No, Gary would play Littler in the semi-final. Stephen will fall out very quickly. The worst.
Luke Littler is now under £7,000 away from the match play.
We'll have that as a countdown on our channel somewhere.
It's not a bad shout, to be fair.
I'm just the ideas guy. Get that on the website. There's a banner. Game's warming up. Go on and hit that like button before they get going. Go on, race ya. Bang, bang, bang. What are we on? How many are we on? You're in the back end. You tell me.
What's that? 2 secs.
One job.
I'm just replying to someone.
Could you imagine if this was an aeroplane, right? And I'm the pilot and I ask my co-pilot to check something and goes, 2 secs, I'm just texting.
It's important.
Nah. He's not dark green. Nobody's dark green.
Right, sorry, what did you want me to look at?
How many likes we on?
We are on...
I'd be on that. Yeah,
186.
Oh, 250 by the end of the stream, or I'm not streaming tomorrow, and you have to wait till Phil finishes at the Super Series. And by then, Little will be out. Sort it out. And then what are you all going to do? All of you newbies lurking that aren't getting involved, that haven't pressed a like button or don't get involved in the chat room, that are new to darts, that just want to know how Luke Littler's getting on. I won't stream. I'll hold you all to ransom. When's the match play? June?
July? You should just know it from that one.
Yeah, that's where I got it from then. I was like, no, it definitely doesn't say June.
Blackpool in July.
No, it's probably not. I'll get sacked if I do that. But still, press the button. Come on. Who's ordering Domino's? What? Oh, Phil. Haha, funny.
Pizza's overrated.
Get him gone. Send him off! I can't speak! Who the hell invited him? Pizza's overrated. You can get it in as well, Jar. You eat fish and chips and a pasty. That is your diet. And the odd pie from a pub. That's it. Get rid of it.
We have pictures.
Mate. Come on now. Hang on. More importantly, to all the newbies, Gob's darting nickname is a tongue stuff. Gob is a nickname. My name is Jack. It's on screen. Oh, bugger. Job done. Have a word, Stephen. We're going to fall out with that. Close. It was about 8 years old when they gave it me because there was 3 Jacks in my football team, and at 8 years old we couldn't work out how to not get confused by just shouting Jack all the time. So we had a Jack Sullivan who became Sully. They felt bad calling Jack Wallace Wally, so I ended up as Gob instead. It's a bit rudy. How's that got through? We've got a filter on swear words. Have a word. Gary Anderson's flying 12 darts to start. Jeez Louise. They're all on, so how about some of that?
Good choice. And I'll keep you up to date with the others. I'll do MVG. You can do Nop and
I bet you will. But what about following his game? Hey! You're a child. Don't forget, we are back tonight, by the way, with the live lounge. It's 8 till 10 o'clock, Monday night, same place. It's where we give it's basically a podcast. We give all of our thoughts and feelings on what's gone off in the darting world in the last week. Obviously, we have been away for the Seniors World Championship. We'll look back at the Pro Tour. We'll look ahead to next week's Premier League a little bit. That reminds me, the rest of the team should have sent their predictions by now, and not a single person has even told them to do so. Does anyone even know the fixtures this week? Boise, you've got one job, bro. Probably. We'll certainly explain that decision. Where is my beanstalk? Steady on. Now that matron. There's a euphemism there. It is Boise, isn't it? He's not ditching us. Hello? Anyone? I'm sure yesterday when we left, he said, I'll see you tomorrow. So.
Yeah. Steve Lennon is 2-0 up on MVG.
What's in your head?
Callum Ridge 2-0 up on Luke Littler. Gary Anderson averaging 112, and up close look of the normal element diamond grip darts for Snakebite. Steve Lennon on the verge of going 3-0 up. What a run this is for Lennon.
And Ridge. Remember that semi-final lineup we predicted?
Yeah.
2 of them are losing.
Lennon wants double 15 for 2-0. Sorry, 3-0. Missed. MVG looking at 72. Just for a hold. And it goes last dart in hand. How big could that be? Get into my gun. Callum Ridds has spurned a huge opportunity here. He should be 3-0 up. And you can see by the look on his face on the stream, he knows how big that could be.
Anyway, Gary Anderson wants 20 for tops. I need 21 more likes and we'll stream again tomorrow. Now then. Chop, chop.
Now then? Can you say that?
It's normally when we set a target, we get there, and then everybody starts unliking again to be funny. But then you have to re-like again because you feel bad, and then we get more engagement, so carry on. Oh, Gando!
MVG has leveled it up. Lennon missed the opportunity.
Can we talk about the other game in which both players are averaging 104? It's the best game of the lot.
Yeah, Ryan Sun and Danny Noppert.
Bang tidy, in the words of Keith Lemon. Shitting.
Is celebration still a thing?
Is it?
Back in the day, it was funny. Don't think you could get away with some of the things they said now.
Well, it's not a thing anymore. There's only so many sexual innuendos you can make at Holly Willoughby that make a TV program funny. Some of it weren't even innuendos; they were straight up just advances on her.
Yeah. I still remember one of the funniest things was when Kelly Brook was standing in for Fern Cotton when she was pregnant. And she was going on about having a go at Keith because all he went on about was her cleavage and X, Y, and Z. And he just looked at her and he went, "That's the only reason you're not bleep bleep still working in Bleep Dixon's."
No comment. I love Lee Mack. I want to go to more comedy this year. Even if it's like little clubs, I want to go to more like actual intimate comedy clubs. Paul Smith style routines rather than Michael McIntyre. Hello from England to you, Oliver, in Germany.
How are you doing? I hope you're good.
Hello, Wembley.
MVG has won 3 on the spin to lead 3-2, but it's only on throw, and Lennon kicks off with a max. Gary Anderson 4-1 up now on stream board number 1, Gob. Gando!
Flying by name. Rittler gets another vac. And averaging 85 right now.
The Flying Scotsman. Gary.
The issue is they close our Glee Club in Nottingham. And I'm not sure where they've relocated to. I think there's a comedy club in West Bridgeford now, but I ain't that posh. Where you gone, love the darts? I'm looking at you.
Look.
Off on the lines. What?
The form Gary's in right now, surely they have to try and talk him into doing at least 1 or 2 World Series events this year at this rate.
Is there anywhere hot left?
Australia?
It's winter when he goes over there. Is there anywhere hot left?
Poland?
Behave. He's going nowhere, is he? Unless he can get in his swimming shorts and pop down to the beach.
Anthony, if you're still in the chat, if you can just have a word perhaps and see if we can sweet talk him into the New York one. Steve Lennon does level it up. 3 apiece with MVG on throw.
Uncle Roger. 104 average. There it is. He was averaging 98. I was like, there's got to be a way he gets us over 100 to finish the match. 5-1 up now for Gary. Timely 180 for Callan Rids. Is it enough?
Yes. MVG is letting Steve Lennon in here.
Big fan of getting 4 replies in our group chat about the Premier League predictions, and 2 of them haven't even been involved yet because they've only just joined the team, so they're 4 weeks behind, and I've got to pay an even bigger template. Will Still. Why is he trending? Is he going to Palace?
Who? Lennon has a break opportunity here. 84. Missed the ball. Peter Wright has one back against Gando. But Gando kicks off with a max.
I think he's a bit bigger than that, Oliver. He's new global superstar right now.
Global superstar.
Gary. Ooh. I mean, unless his 140 goes, it's game shot on the match, but nice to do it in 11. Snakey taking his time. Doesn't go there. Camera 4.
There it is.
Whoop, there it is. 1 down. Considering you're doing Michael, we'll go to the other one, I think. Put some attention on this.
This one's locked at 4 apiece, and Steve Allen's had chances here, but not taken them.
Scuba Steve is a no. Get him gone. You can't be having that as a nickname.
Gary averages 102.
Oh, Jade.
This is impressive for Callan Rids.
95 for Snakebite in defeat.
MVG double 18.
He couldn't, could he?
Lead and not the best. He ends up leaving 9. He's come round the houses and gone inside.
Did you see that?
What?
Rids 140, 140, 140, 49 to leave 32. Luke Littler takes out 158 to stay alive. After I said he couldn't, could he?
Just watch it on the stream now. Oh, it's fucking brilliant.
Oh, he's gone for the bull as well. I left 39, not 32. Sorry.
MVG.
Slap bang in the middle.
God, kid. Completely fucked that leg up.
Language.
Steve, the F-bomb's fine.
Maisie's watching.
She lives with John. She's heard worse.
Yeah, but he puts an E in it, so it's fine.
He's had multiple darts to win it, and Steve Lennon is now throwing to knock out MVG.
Ryan Searle has just beaten Danny Nopper, and Callum Ridge gets it done with a 12-dart leg against Luke the Nuke Littler.
Great day for Callum here. Thank you very much, Emma.
I have so many people watching. That was ridiculous. 158 from the Nuke, but unfortunately he does fall at the quarterfinal stage. Still added a fair whack to his ranking. We're back again tomorrow to go again. We'll be back from 1 o'clock in case this is the bit where a load of you dip out because you're all Littler supporting casuals, but we appreciate you being here anyway. Heavy Metal is on for another final. Yeah, he just averaged 104 in that, by the way. And after looking like he might play Van Gerwen, Leonard just missed a match start. It looks like he might play Steve Lennon. And then we get Decider and Rich Van Gerwen throws first. And he might play Van Gerwen all over again. So far, all three winners have averaged well over 100. Gary Anderson, 102. Callum Ridge, 103. Ryan Searle, 102. So one of these needs to hit a 9.
Does 43 help?
No.
No.
How about no?
Not today.
You crazy Dutch. Oh, I can't say that next.
2 troublous visits here. It's advantage Lennon.
I'd love to tell you how close Lennon was to the ball, but honestly, the Circus Tavern is closer than that camera. It's okay, Jamie. He'll be back tomorrow. I tell you what will be interesting. There's Euro qualifiers on Wednesday again, isn't there?
There is.
It will be interesting to see how many Pro Tours Luke Littler plays when there aren't Euro Tour qualifiers on. Because I know he's got the match play race on, but given he's already qualified for 1 Euro Tour as well, another quarterfinal today, a good run tomorrow, will he keep burning himself out when there isn't Euro Tours, or will he give himself a bit of a break?
I think a lot will depend on how he feels.
TikTok till 2 o'clock in the morning and rocking up at these events as well might be the next thing to answer.
I think just a lot will depend on how he feels. If he feels good, I think he'll play.
Do you also think there's an element of not being comfortable enough turning around to your management or whatever and saying, I don't want to play today?
No, not at all. I think that Luke's got a really good team around him, and I genuinely think if he says, look, I don't want to play, he will do. I don't think he's scared to make that call.
I hope not. I hope there's not that, you know, the generational, well, in my day we were doing this and now you're saying you're tired because you're up till 2 o'clock on whatever.
No, I think he'll be fine. MVG gets out of jail there, but it wasn't a particularly good performance.
He earned £3,500 today. It's not a bad day's work, is it?
It's all right, isn't it? Chat room, what are you saying? Who wins from here?
In fact, give me a second.
Well, I was going to put some lights on. 2 seconds. It's getting a bit dark.
No, please don't. Do not do that. Ooh. Gary Anderson. There is a poll up in the chat room. Feel free to get involved. Just drop your answer on it. Up the Owls. Oh, David. Feel sorry for you. Who on earth is Palace appoint Oliver Glasner as new manager? So they've not gone down the Will Still or Steve Cooper or Graham Potter. There's some bloody good coaches are currently out of jobs, you know.
I think Potter's holding off for the England job.
I think Potter is the coach that was rumoured to have a betting issue.
Do you
Which is
think?
why nobody's talking about him.
The one that was let off, basically.
Yeah, you don't suddenly become a bad coach overnight, but he inherited a Chelsea squad that wasn't his, that couldn't adapt to how he wanted to play football quick enough, was basically used. The owner thought he was playing Football Manager. Ta-da! Ando Rid's board one. Yeah, it'll just be, there's commentators on both now, so it'll be Ando Rid's on one. Van Gerwen Searle on two. Van Gerwen.
Van.
If Ryan Searle makes a final and loses, would that be a record?
What, losing 3 finals in a row?
3 in a row?
Quite possibly.
Without winning one?
No problems, mate. No problems at all. 10K for runner-up, is it?
15 for the winner. I don't even know what runner-up. It changes that often. I've literally just learned it as well. And then in the last 2 to 3 years, I've made a change every year. Yeah, Terry Jenkins holds a record in major losing finals. Dave Chisnall isn't a million miles behind, if I'm being completely honest. But they also weren't consecutive TV tournaments. Ryan Searle lost in 2 finals last week. He would have lost in the final of Players' Championship 1, 2. And if he makes it and doesn't win here, 3. No, Stephen, I do not. So Littler won the first, Anderson won the second?
Correct. I actually really want a Michael Gary final now.
Oh, well, Classico. Grow up.
Yeah. What's your point?
You're a child.
Yeah.
We're all a child of God. Which player in the top 32 are you most looking forward to seeing Littler play for the first time? Gary.
Anderson.
Gary. Next. It's a little bit harder. Come on, boys. I'm on a roll here. Because I don't think Searle carries enough personality for everything else that goes with the Premier League. Don't get me wrong, he's a fantastic dart player. He scores really well, but he's not visibly emotional enough on the hockey. I don't think he's great to interview. The biggest selling point in a Ryan Searle interview is his friendship with Gary Anderson.
Can I just drop you some stats on Gary Anderson for today, Gob?
Are they correct?
From the source, yeah, I trust them.
Okay. Yes, you may.
Gary Anderson has won 75% of the legs he's played today. He's averaging 103.38 and he's hit 23 180s in 40 legs.
It's all right. Jizzy lost first round. Do you know why he lost first round? Because I said he'd win the tournament. He won 1 leg. No, we haven't actually, Sam. That was an interesting video. Is he... Where do I normally see it? Is he the football guy normally? There's like rankings and stuff.
What's this?
So the guy who hasn't long started playing darts on TikTok that was streaming missed double 12 for a 9 while live.
Nice.
But it was only his 10th and 11th 180 ever.
Fairs.
Is who okay, does it?
Matty, I don't dislike that final, but I prefer El Clasico, but I don't dislike a Red Cell final.
Gary Anderson.
I was catching up with some of the other football highlights I missed from the weekend, apart from obviously the assault in the Forest game. How was that Brentford penalty not given against you? Fucking hell.
Because if you listen to Everton fans, we've clearly paid off VAR because they made a mistake in one of our games earlier on the season. So because we threatened to sue the PGMO because it was wrong, every decision has to go our way now.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, yeah?
Yeah. That's the one.
The thing I can't get my head around is someone looking at a screen that genuinely thinks that's not a foul is a concern.
I'm giving up. 100. Wouldn't make a fat bit of difference to the score anyway.
Oh, I'm not saying it would have, but I'm just saying that it's an absolute fucking shocker.
You can argue with Everton fans. You just ain't going to get anywhere because they're all deluded half-wits. Apart from Derek. Derek's a nice bloke. Yeah, Littler is out, unfortunately. He lost to Callum Ridds in the quarterfinal just a few moments ago.
And we've got pictures on Streamboard too. MVG against Ryan Searle.
Sack off 3 and 4.
Oh, 100%. It was borderline of GBH, that tackle.
The Holgate one was a bit.
Yeah.
They expect nothing less from a former Everton man.
If I did that to someone in the street, I'd get locked up.
You struggled to get back up first, but then you would get locked up. Yes, they do, Joe. Some of them become practice boards at the venues, and some of them are sold off.
Here's a question for you. I can get the answer. How many dartboards a year do you reckon the PDC go through?
Thousands.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. It's like one that.
You think there's a brand new one for every televised game, minimum?
Yeah.
Q School, 7 days, 32 boards, 2 venues, challenge tours, dev tours, although they tend to just turn those ones. It's the TV ones that are mad, though.
Yeah.
Because I've got a friend that gets access to them, and I managed to get a board from my board downstairs was used at the UK Open on one of the outer boards.
Nothing wrong with it.
It was changed immediately afterwards, which means it had in the first round as well, which means at most that board had 11 legs played on it and a few warm-up darts, and I got it for 25 quid.
Bargain.
They're 65 quid brand new.
Yeah. Callum Ridge holds in 13 against Gary Anderson. Remember, it is a race to 7 now in the semi-finals. Some head shaking.
A little bit apprehensive on saying if Ryan Searle will be the first player to ever lose in 3 finals in a row, because Julian Dance Van Gogh averaging 116. Gary Anderson is also averaging 116, but he is a leg down. 1-2-1 to eradicate that deficit. Those are big words for me. And used correctly.
Done well, that.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't know what price they are full price, but yeah, they are all triple core. So if they're 80 quid, then yeah, 80 quid brand new. I paid 20. I paid 25 for mine. What? I didn't even realise. Look, is it the Love Island celeb? Oh, it's crap. Love Island's not been great since 2018.
Gary Anderson levels up. Love Darts, we will think of something. We always do.
I'll be the champion of champions. It's my job. I had an MPQ before that. My darts team bought 8 between us. They were brilliant. A player can request the board to be changed mid-match, but unless the other player agrees, then it won't happen, and it's still at the discretion of a board official.
I thought that changed, that the other player didn't have to agree, but the referee has ultimate say.
Last time I was there, it was both, but it was a while ago. Nah, Gordo, Love Island 2018 vibes when Gareth Southgate's rocking about in a waistcoat. England are smashing up. The summer was unreal. Danny Dyer year and Molly May and all that. Yeah. Was that 6 years ago now?
Okay.
Was it 2020? Was it 2020? 2020. Yeah. It peaked. It certainly peaked.
Callum Ridge and Gary Anderson are serving up a bit of a treat here.
Bet this goes. In 6, lol. Might not need 6. I mean, nights a week we both play. At the minute, none. But that's a sore subject with my friends, so that's a lot. I play Super League, but it's not every week at the moment. It's like once every 3 at best. Whenever I go to Portsmouth, I tend to play a little bit, and I need to message someone, actually. I might be signing on for a friend of the show's team tomorrow.
Ryan Searle 1-2 on the spin. MVG's average has plummeted. He was 2-0 up, averaging 115. Now it's down to 90.
That's the one, Sam. So I caught the end of 3, which was Marcel and Gabby, wasn't it? And then 4 was Danny Dyer, and 5 was, yeah. And then I just fed up. I don't know, Sam. I'll have to ask the social media boss. Say guy, I work in that team, but yeah, I'll ask the boys. We did see the Mason Holgate tackle. It wasn't a tackle, it was assault.
Yeah. Wasn't big or clever.
What makes Sale so good at this format? Lack of pressure, lack of expectation.
And just enjoying it.
He's got quite an easy, repeatable action as well. It doesn't, like, despite the fact the darts are quite heavy. Who would win a MODUS refs darts tournament? Depends who you counted as a ref to start with. At the moment, there's just me and Owen left. Charlie practiced a fair bit, but obviously Owen beat him the other week. Does AD still play? Has AD ever played?
Don't know.
Does he count as a ref now?
Yeah.
And I don't know how good Marco is.
Marco's all right. I'm not saying he's amazing, but he's all right.
In that case, me. I am the best.
This is ridiculous from Gary Anderson here.
Gary Anderson. Don't make promises like that. Love the darts. You'll end up looking like a muppet.
MVG has a 2-leg cushion again. 4-2. Gary Anderson. 4-2 as well. The El Clasico final is on at the moment, Gob. Best of 21. We'd never get it done because I'd force Gob to walk off.
11-1. I'll give him a leg. Only because I miss a load of doubles. Nothing else. I'll bash him.
I'd have all the dark arts out the lot.
You still only get a leg. That'll be my doing, not yours.
I'd drive you absolutely insane.
You do that anyway before we play darts. I'm like the Hulk now. That's my secret. I'm always angry. I'm just used to your shit. Have you been at the TBI this afternoon, Love the Darts? Because you're coming out with some interesting things.
Ryan Sell pin 76. Only a hole to throw, but he has started with a max on the MVG darts here. Is this one swinging again? Oh, hello. Hello, Gob.
It's not going, so don't worry about it. Sorry, Neil. Does he miss the double like Gary does? Probably. No, he doesn't even get that. Shock.
Callum Reid's back within one of Gary, but Gary does have the darts here.
Can you imagine, by the way, there is an argument that two of the most informed players in the world, if not the two most informed players in the world right now, are Gary Anderson and Ryan Sell. Could you imagine what their practice sessions look like right now?
Oh, incredible.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, incredible. Ryan Searle levels up. Oh, hang on. Hang on, Callan.
We're just getting, like last week when Gary missed it 3 times in the final. It's just.
He's on for a 9 and may not win the leg.
That's the double missed.
Let's have a look. Does he miss the double? Let's have a look. No, he missed that one.
No, Michael was on it. I give up.
Oh.
Let me go to bed. Ryan.
The perfect red pen leg is gone. Ryan Searle leads. 3 legs on the spin for heavy metal.
I'm going on the piss in town, mate. Why would I not? They're a great night. There'll be loads of people out.
Anthony is back in. Hey, Gary. Yes, Anthony, you need to have a word with Peter, to have a word with the powers that be to get him on that plane to New York. Gary Anderson looking at 60 for a 3-leg cushion. He's missed. He's human.
And the right hash it is. He's missed 6 darts from 105. He's gone 25 first, missed the board going tops, and only hit a 20, and then messed up the 60. Could have been 1 away. On the floor, Jason, yeah.
MVG misses. Searle to go within 1 of a 3rd straight final.
Lucky.
He's 1 away. We're going to get Searle Anderson part 2, aren't we?
Bournemouth ground will be lovely when they finish it.
Oh, Gary Anderson's 1 away as he pins 1-2-1. Let's let the stream catch up.
Sickening. Why is that frozen? Up and there then. Enjoy, Toby.
Enjoy, mate. Thank you very much. We'll be back again tomorrow. Don't worry about that. Ryan Searle wants 84 for a 3rd straight final. It's not going to go, but he will be back. Nah.
This has got to go for Callan. Can't go.
The champagne shot.
We missed it.
Missed the ball. Gary should get 1 match start minimum. Only needs one. Gary Anderson is in back-to-back finals. Will it be another game against Ryan Searle?
Yep.
It will.
Look, neither of them are in the Premier League, and they are quite possibly the two best players on planet darts right now. There, I said it.
Just incredible. And to be fair, Cal's smiling as well. He knows he's played well there.
Just average 100. Gary's average 111. 111!
Oh, my. Oh, my. Gary. Chat room, it's a repeat of last time out. Will it be repeat or revenge? Let us know. What are you saying, Gob? Repeat or revenge?
Oh, it's Gary, isn't it? 15 points difference in the averages in that last one.
What are you saying, chat room? Repeat, Gary. Gary for me, 3 in a row. Searle for the UK Open. Look, these two will be a danger in my head. I don't think there's a question about that one. But the final, not long away. Gary Anderson, Ryan Searle. Is it daft to say that this version of Gary Anderson may just be the best one yet?
Yes.
I said may, not is.
No, it's very daft. You didn't ask me, is he the best? You said, is it daft to say? You prepositioned the question differently, so therefore you got the right answer.
All right. Could this be the best Gary Anderson? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Just look at the averages to date. He's had one stinker in brackets for him when he battered Jeffrey Sparadans with nothing coming back. 112, ton, 109, 102, 111. Jack, look, it wasn't pretty. That you can't sugarcoat that fact. It wasn't pretty.
Unless you're really into 75 averages.
but you just feel that he's throwing them and he's hoping they go in, not like before where he was putting them in. Do you know what I mean?
5 rounds on tonight, 8 till 10. If Forest win the FA Cup, then I'll go on the piss in not, because it'll be busy. Simple. Unless I'm working, in which case I won't really care. I was quite supportive when you came up, and then all of my friends that are Forest fans decided to try and tell me that they're bigger than us, and you're just not. So it doesn't matter now, does it? That support was wasted. We'll definitely talk more about Phil Taylor later tonight.
Yep, we will.
You won 2, we won 6.
We shouldn't have to wait too long for the final. These two don't hang around. No problem, Tom.
I think part of the issue with Phil is the equipment.
Yeah, possibly.
They have such a small margin for error with a piece of equipment like that. And yes, he's thrown it for so long, and that's what he knows. But a straight barrel dart with a normal flight would be going a lot straighter for him right now than those darts, or more consistent for him.
Yeah, I agree, but I just don't think he can throw anything else.
I think he can. I just think that if he then changes to a straight dart or whatever in his last couple of years, he loses the "this is a Phil Taylor dart" marketing aspect of it. That's his shape.
I also think as well that he hasn't put the time in needed to compete at these events.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm not just saying if he throws a straight dart, he suddenly rocks up and he's the world champion. But I'm saying it's a bit like golf, right? If you are a mid-handicapper and you play with a bladed iron, you're going to shank 2 in 10. If you're a mid-handicapper and you play with a muscleback iron, you're going to shank 1 in 10 at best, because there's more. They're more forgiving. You're not going to go offline as often. And I think he's got that issue with his equipment in that they are. Look, you've got a set. We've both thrown them. If you get it wrong, you get it very wrong.
Oh yeah, look, I'm not arguing the dart is horrific to try and control. But I just think that more time is needed. And look, I get why he doesn't want to. He's got nothing to prove, and he's given everything to this sport. So why should he? But to compete at the level needed, that time needs to be put in.
Mm-hmm.
Where I never thought I'd say this, but right now he's the one that everyone wants to draw, and not for the attraction of playing Phil Taylor.
Yeah.
He's the one that everyone wants to draw because they see that as the best passage to the next round.
Correct.
So shouldn't be waiting around too much for this. Both will want to get on with it. No one's on the live lounge tonight. It's just me, Gob, and Boise. Basically, where we've all been away for God knows how long, we still haven't had a chance to physically sort anyone out for tonight. So, on a side note, Gob, who is going to get the Liverpool job, do you think?
Alonso.
Yeah?
Yeah. Unless he goes to the Bayern job because they are crap. I think that's just Harry Kane, personally.
Sure.
Well, it cannot be a coincidence. The amount of distance Spurs have gone, and England, and now Bayern Munich, with Harry Kane as their lead goal scorer.
No nibble here.
Saying no nibble is the best nibble.
It'd be interesting to see that if Bayern and Liverpool both went after him, who he picks.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd want to find out. Brilliant for the neutral. Yeah.
All right. So who's plan B then?
I don't know. I would have loved it to have been Gerrard, but he's just so tactically inept. He did an okay job with the Rangers squad. I think the Villa move was a bit weird. I'd love it. Do you know what I'd really love? Pep Linders to stick around and take the step up. Our number 2, he already does all the Carabao Cup stuff. He's been given the opportunity to do some of the media stuff as well. He knows the squad inside out. He knows the style of football inside out. The progression is nice and comfortable. All he's got to do is learn the man management stuff from Klopp himself, and then bring in a number 2 somewhere else. That would be perfect, because then it's the same. Because Klopp's put all this effort into a rebuild to play football in the same way and the same style. And if you bring somebody else in, they're going to want to make adjustments of some sort.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this. Flop. Behave, Matty. I think he takes a sabbatical like he planned before he came to us, and then I think he ends up as a German national coach. I don't really see him going back to club football.
I don't see where he goes in terms of club football.
Yeah. The only other ones that have had success on the level that you'd look at is someone like Zidane. But, nah, not for me.
See,
Nagelsmann or a Tuchel or anyone like that.
I rate Nagelsmann.
Then you're looking at De Zerbi or a Potter or someone like that. But
I rate Nagelsmann though.
yeah, I think of the lot, he'd be the one you'd bring back in. But
Ryan Searle won the ball. Press the button, Gob.
No, wrong button.
So here we go. The final of Players' Championship 3.
I quite like the job Eddie Howe's done elsewhere, but I've been unlucky with injuries. But you went prying away from that Newcastle one now. And if you are, you went then. If he gets out of that Newcastle job, you went somebody going to settle for him. So I don't think you'll get a point deduction now. If you were, I think you'd have already got it. I also understand that the City thing takes time. They can't go to the cast, so they have to get it right. But the thing is, they're still having success and benefiting from being in that position. And the longer and longer it takes to punish them, it then just can't be a one-season punishment. It cannot be a punishment in the there and now.
I don't think City will get punished, personally.
I don't see how they can't. UEFA were convinced they were bang on. City just spun them a web in terms of providing the evidence. And the FA don't answer to CAS to overturn it. The FA's decision is final.
Because they've only been charged. They've not been found guilty. They have to prove the charges.
Yeah, but UEFA charged them as well. And Ceferin still says they were bang on, but they got spun up in a loophole. If both organisations are coming at you, you've done something.
Premier League can't afford to take City on, though.
I think they can, but we'll see.
Ryan Searle started this final very, very well.
There you go. You wait for proof the charges. The other thing that whatever happens is it cannot be a monetary fine. It's like Red Bull breaking the cost cap and having to pay more. Basically, that's no longer a rule then. It's a tax. It's a high spending tax.
There's no way they
And
relegate
if you can afford to do that.
There's no way they relegate City.
I don't think they got a choice.
They won't do it.
Because if they don't, then the government take over with a regulator. That's why they came up again. That's why Everton have been punished in the manner they have, by the way, because there was sniffs and conversations about the regulator once again. The Premier League don't want anybody else controlling them.
But when Everton win their appeal, because they will get some points back on appeal.
I don't know why you bother. They're going to survive.
Out of principle.
Just not sure it's worth it financially when you're building a stadium and you've got other things on your mind. You're going to survive. You take the 10 points, you walk on, and then everybody else that does it has a precedent to go by, and you know what the margin is. If you appeal it, then everyone else has got a right, or you set a precedent on appeals. Then other people can get away with it, take your 10 points, survive it anyway, crack on.
Yeah, but they're not. And I think rightfully so as well. They were working with the Premier League all the way through this to make sure they didn't go over it. They've got they've got evidence to say that every transfer they did had to be ratified by the Premier League to make sure they didn't go over. And the transfer that pushed them over was ratified by the Premier League. That's not their fault.
Funny though, isn't it?
That's why they're fighting it. Ryan Searle has raced into a 3-0 lead. But remember, it is first to 8 now, so there is room for error. One 1-6-4, and Gary has a leg on the board.
Not a bad way to get a leg on the board. I mean, they all count the same, but
1-6-4, followed by a 180. If he follows it with a 180, it's a perfect 9. All right, 45. Some response from Ryan Searle here.
is that a Pro Tour record on 180s?
Don't know. Well, that's huge from Searle. Gary was poised. They're both averaging 107.
Keep going, love the darts. You're a good crack, but you're an idiot. Pro Tour record. Good man. How many behind is Ryan Searle? He's adding to it. He could still hit another 7 or 8 in this final, you know.
100%.
It's a beautiful day. 35 was the record. He's on 36 now. Jesus. There could be another 10 legs yet. 9 legs. Plus this.
This is incredible darts from both here. Absolutely incredible.
This has got to go. All right. Definitely.
Did you ever doubt it?
No.
Oh.
Get out of here with the National League, man.
In the context of this game, 80's a slip.
It's not when it's only Punisher with 97 and he's still first to a finish. Unless this is a maximum. Ton isn't enough. 124, you still don't expect it to go. Could. But you expect 6 from 160.
$133. Lifeline. He's missed. This is just an incredible game right now.
Mental.
Ryan Searles averaging 110, leading Gary Anderson 5-2, averaging 111.
Of course he is. I'll give up. There are 12-year-olds hitting 9 darters, and these, because they're hitting 110 averages against each other. Like, what's the point? What is the actual point?
It is funny.
We need to make the treble smaller. We need to, you know, in golf, where they're rolling back the ball. We need to do that on the dartboard.
Fairs.
Make it more difficult. Apart from the women's be at county, we'll make that bigger. And we'll only have numbers above 10.
They're just literally just not missing. The averages are going up. Ryan Searles now averaging 116.92. Gary Anderson 113.84. Absolute ludicrous.
The thing is, we joke about them just doing this in a practice game, and this being like a practice game. How on earth is this anybody's practice game? Love darts. If you come back for 2 hours talking about Forest, I'm off to Mapley Top for a beer.
Gary leaves a finish. Can you imagine if Searle misses this and Anderson takes this out? I'm just walking off.
For a second 164 of the match. I'm in Nottingham, yeah.
I'm not.
Euros.
Oh, Ryan.
Joke. No, you can keep your Tonbridge Angels as well. Oh, Gary, you told us they weren't missing. What have you done?
Curse them.
Stabbo? Oh, dear. I've played pool a few times out of Stabbo.
It's another max.
I'll be honest, Rob, I'm not even sure I've got time to sleep. I've got to go and do the highlights from the final session of the World Seniors Championship. I'll post the VIP photos. Got a couple of emails to answer. And I've got to find some food in about 85 minutes.
$13? What's gone on here?
You told us they weren't missing.
I've got to have a look at the stream and see how Gary Anderson is 13.
This is on you. 2 5s and a treble 1.
No, 7-5-1.
Good shooting. Still going to win the leg. Go on in.
Oh. The fact they're just both keeping this up, it's mental. Absolute.
Who's Stanley playing tonight?
Who are they?
Who are they? Exactly. Because I'm in Nottingham. I wasn't born in Nottingham. I came here for uni in 2013 and never left. Not 40. 36, 39. Is he another? Is that 40?
And Searle's come inside the double 12 for the 138.
Not good enough. Not good enough. I've not even watched the stream once. I was checking socials and forgot I even had it open. So I'm literally just watching the numbers go in.
It's just bonkers.
Not MODUS. Feel the rain on your skin.
Literally, the pair on the stream are literally just laughing and laughing and laughing.
Sorry, Anthony. I've already had 3 DMs about that. Where's my photo? And God knows else what. I was like, bruh. It's just me. Someone's like, oh, did you have a good party last night? I was like, party? Shit to do.
Gary Anderson's at 3 140s in a row to leave 81 after 9 to level us up at 6-all. This is incredible from both.
It's 113 average, plays 112 average right now, yeah. Oh,
Not sure on that.
Inside. Poor board management. 2-2-2.
I think I'll go straight for it. I'll tell you in a second.
And just like that, we're back level.
Yeah, he went straight for it. 1 outside, 1 in.
Where's Dart stand up? I'd have gone the other way, but.
Both just tunning it out now. Remember, it's a best of 3 for 15 grand.
It is, but the momentum, which does exist in sport, if you're listening, is with Gary Anderson right now, despite being against the Darts. It could be gone again.
Momentum lost.
Right.
What? I need to watch the streaming. Has he miscounted?
I mean, if this goes in 1, fair fucks, but.
Single 20, 57, ball.
No.
I just watched it. Yeah.
What are you doing, man? I mean, he gets away with it, but what are you doing, man?
Oh. Gary's at 41 maximums today.
And counting. Here's another look. Might go ball last start, actually. About that. Fortunately, he has time. Who's going to be the first to tweet, I could watch this all day. I wish this final was longer? You're already planning.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. I know you. No, that wasn't not being able to see the iPad. He just couldn't count.
Right, we have got a 501-point shootout. Strap yourselves in, everyone, because this has been an unbelievable final. And Sal starts with a max.
54% of you said, Garrett, I should have ended this poll before the semi-finals, because some of you have definitely snuck on the 54% vote after it had started. But fair play to you. 24% said Van Gerwen. You were all wrong. 2% of you said Callum Ridds. Well done. You were wrong. And there's an 18% chance for Ryan Searle. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Do you remember that when the Chuckle Brothers were in the charts? What a time to be alive. Love Island 2018. Bring it back. There's another one.
Oh.
Game Sharp. An 11 darter to win it. Fair play. What a guy.
What a final.
Bet you didn't see that coming. Neither did Ryan, because he's blind.
You watch Gary and Max just to put some pressure on and wait and see.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
No.
Strider.
Game over. To be fair, after 2 final defeats, Ryan Searle deserves this. That's
108 average in the final. Jesus. 107.61 in the end. 106.75 for Gary.
So watch the stream catch up.
Bit good, that.
Yeah.
Bit good. Solid.
To be fair, they've both had a good laugh and a joke there. I like that. A lot of time. Scott Gibbons just pointing out the numbers to him as well. Yes, we know it was a little bit good.
Let Scott mark the final.
What a final. Ryan Searle, 3 finals in a row. Finally has one. What a day, Gob.
Yeah, it's all right, that. Not too shabby. We'll be back at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's about it. Right, Dan, thanks for joining us. All that jazz. No, I can do better. We'll be back at 8 o'clock for the live lounge tonight, 8 till 10, discussing all of the action from the World Seniors Darts Championship. The big Hendo Weekendo is complete. The action from today, we'll look ahead to the Premier League in Newcastle and any other data news we may have missed. If there's anything you want us to discuss, drop us a message, get involved on social media. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. And before you do head out, please make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. I'll be back from about 10 to 1 tomorrow afternoon once again. Phil will join whenever he can be bothered in the afternoon. Old joke, it's working. I'll let him off. But we really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Once again, thank you for tuning in. We've been Online Darts, and we'll be back again tomorrow.
Bye.